it's me. I didn't notice you on stage, and
you can't notice anything. Come on, bro.
Like you don't notice anything.
Exactly. I wasn't looking at my phone.
Har kärnvapen eller hur högt uranien som faktiskt finns där. För att om det inte är tillräckligt högt uranium för kärnkraft så skulle vi vilja veta det. Och hur länge har egentligen Europa och USA vetat att det har funnits? För vi har alla, vi har så snälla bara förklara för mig.
Yeah, he's speaking in a...
Yeah, she's speaking Norwegian. What the hell? I thought it was an AI bot.
No, she's speaking Swedish.
She's speaking a native language. From Ankara University.
Yeah. So hold on, let me just say this thing out real quick. I appreciate the exchange we had today. And thank you for having a nice conversation. I do appreciate that.
I'm sorry, I was asking my mom.
Who's emailing me?
ML. Hey, ML, can you tell me if Politically Correct is open right now?
It is.
All right, let me tell you something, right? Those people, I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. I was in that room probably like a week, 2 weeks ago. This was before the blockade. And I don't know, ML, if you were in the room. Maybe if you were, you can add some credit. You can like verify this. But I was in the room, and everybody. This was before the blockade, and everybody when Trump had just announced that we were going to be blockading the blockade, and neoliberal asked me a question. He said, "TC, so what happens if one of these commercial tankers decided to try and get past the U.S. blockade?" And I said, well, it's simple. The United States would interdict them. They would board their ship. We would seize their ship. And the whole room went crazy. This guy's crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The United States is going to board a ship. What are they, pirates? And then General Kane came out on Thursday. Okay, in the press conference with Secretary of War Hegseth. And he said, if they try and challenge and trespass our blockade, we will do maneuvers, we will halt their ship, we will mount and board their ship, we'll seize the vessel. Now, we need to do ML because they got me blocked over there, so I can't see what's going on. I can't see these guys or anything. Now that the blockade is over and Trump's strategy worked, and now the Strait of Hormuz is back open, I want you to go over there and tell them that their antics and their pretentiousness and their thinking that they're so intelligent, they continue to prove themselves wrong over and over and over again. They're so sure of themselves. They're so confident in their ignorance that they think that they know how the world works. And daily we learn that they don't have a fucking clue. The only thing they have to themselves is the ability to try and peer pressure each other into laying prostrate before the moderators. They have no relevance. They seek validation from each other. They are in their own cocoon, not very intelligent. Can you take that information back to me?
TC, the gall of you to think that I'm going to carry your water for you is fucking astounding. The point that they block you because you fucking incorrigible, bro. You're when to quit and when to stop. You the one, you basically explain the fact that everybody, you think you joke your own cock, bro. You stroke your own self. You think you're right about everything. And you point to infinity just to prove that you're right. And I think that's why they got tired of you. I wasn't there. Obviously, as a military member, I know that if you have a blockade, that if a ship decides to fight, you would probably fire across them or that's the whole purpose of a blockade.
I know, but
so anybody,
all of us blocked out.
I don't have. But you guys asked me a question. I don't have any of you blocked.
I know, but
I don't block people.
But I'm saying, yeah. It's not even heat, it's like lukewarm and
people in that room that already carry, by virtue of the fact that they try and dispute me and refute me, they naturally carry my water when I'm proven correct. It's not about whether I'm blocked or not. I don't give a damn about being blocked and politically correct. But what I do give a damn about is showing up in their faces and putting the big middle finger up in their face when they're wrong. I love that shit.
Why?
Because it happens so often. It happens so often. And it's just a high because they're so stupid. They're so it's like watching it throw a temper tantrum because he can't have his blankie. And
that's what you're doing now, TC. TC, that's what you're doing now.
What? Throwing temper tantrum. It's fun to watch. It's hilarious. We watch over and over and over again how these people that think they know everything are proven wrong constantly.
Especially,
and they have no shame with their ignorance.
See, you brought receipts. That's why they kicked you out, because you brought receipts, and that's the experience.
You don't even know what he's talking about.
You know exactly what he's talking about, ML. You should stop.
You don't know what he's talking about. So why?
Because you have been on the mic a little bit longer than other people in this room. So let me get finished, okay? My experience in that room is
I'm doing a TC right now.
Why don't you leave if you don't want to share the mic, ML? There's an eloquent person who says how Muslims are killing Christians in Nigeria, and all he complains about is Muslims killing Christians. And I say, I feel terrible that the Muslims are killing Christians. Maybe America should close its borders to those people. He says, no, you have to let them into America. I was like, well, you just said the Muslims are killing Christians, and why do you want them in America? Do you want them to kill Christians in America? And he wouldn't answer that question. I think there's a double standard. Every single person that complains about the genocides in Africa wants to let the killers come to America, and I question that.
Are you sure you're done speaking?
Yes, I am.
Let me tell you, if you guys got gripe with political correct, message the people or meet them in another room, create a room and invite them in. But I'm going to carry your water for y'all. Come on now. They blocked you for a reason. Disturb their peace to bring water for somebody else that was blocked.
Where's the free speech?
Matt, come on now. For me, Matt, you know I don't block anybody.
I'm serious.
Huh?
I don't block anybody. I mean, I take that back. Last night was my first block in a long time. But I don't block anybody either. I know you're not blocking, but they are, right?
Well, that's the. You see, I can't tell other people who to block, unblock. And I don't have that right either.
Okay.
Because it's their ability to exercise their rights, who they want to listen to and who they want to interact with. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
And that's true. And so we have to pick our spaces carefully, and we have to know when we're in echo chambers, and when we can have critical thinking, open spaces with synchronic dialogue. Which, thank you for letting me know that that's not a place I'll.
Yeah, so that's the idea. That's kind of where I want this place to be. As much as people hate Trump, there's one thing that he seems to always let people do is let people speak. You know what I mean? Just let them speak. Get their shit out, you know? Whatever it is. And then sort it out later, you know? Minus the quiet piggy part.
But yeah, and the reason why Matt and Beaver just have like host rooms every day is because all of us have been in the audience and politically correct and have tried to engage with them and were removed, muted, kicked out, blocked, and I mean it's been going on for at least a year, and so I'm glad that they decided to just open up their own rooms, and I appreciate Emil that you did come over here and talk with us. I mean, we do love echo chambers, but it is nice to hear opposition. So I appreciate that. But Emil, you know that they don't want to hear our voices, and they want their echo chamber, and that's it. And they want to use us as props, and they're so.
And they can be honest about it. That's all. I mean, they're a newsroom. That's fine. They can just roll with that. They just want all of them to talk about their news. And like, I'm not being critical because clearly I'm over there, doing my own business, but. I'm just saying, like, obviously, people can have choices. That's true. I just wanted to be transparent, obviously, about, what they're doing. If they just want to talk amongst themselves, then just let everybody else know so we don't have to go there. You know what I mean? It's like just the way it is,
In my Telegram, after I had asked her to just find echo chamber, a month later she goes, huh?
And by the way, Dan, you might have missed it. A bunch of politically correct came in for the first time in years. Like, I don't know, like an hour ago it was. Yeah, we had First Lady, we had Lisa, we had Divine, and a bunch of people in the goo. So they did show up, but it's just kind of
like we don't agree on many things. Like, when she hosts her own rooms, like, she does let us come up and speak. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking about the same Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa, yeah.
I mean, not that. I mean, she at least lets us talk. Right? Or no?
To let us get our stuff off, I mean, I feel like we do that here with any opposition. We let everybody just do it, and then we kind of work through it. And if they're being jerks and they can't move on, or they can stay around in discussion.
Well, why do you think, what is the main reason that they don't want our voices heard? Emma?
Yeah, I told you guys that I can't answer that question.
I'm asking you, what makes you think that the reason?
They got tired of you guys tap dancing for Trump. I don't know.
So you think, or not you personally, but maybe you do, that we can't be critical of Trump. Bima, you're not a Trump supporter. Have you found that we have been critical on some things on Trump? I mean, more than half of my stage half the time at night is critical. People critical of Trump. Wouldn't that be fair to say? So what's happening? Like, just this thinking that Trump supporters are just tap dancing for Trump. I think you guys completely got it wrong.
After me, Matt, Beaver, Bima, we go up on the stage, we always we always offer a criticism of Trump first, so that we can you know what, I agree with this, and something, they have an issue with it too.
Ever seen, minus ban at most, any criticism of Biden ever? Not once. I've listened to thousands of hours on your side. I don't think I've ever heard any of you folks criticize Biden, minus ban. Would that not a fair statement?
Yeah, because we didn't like a lot of stuff Biden did. We thought Biden would have gone. We thought Biden was weak. We thought Biden shouldn't have picked Merrick Garland as the Attorney General. We thought Biden should have really prosecuted Trump. He didn't. So don't say there's no criticism for Biden.
I guess. Matt, would you agree that I'm out?
Yeah, I might have picked the wrong, I didn't say him personally, but ML does, I think. But I think a majority on that stage, I never heard them criticize Biden for the most part. I know there's been critiques of Kamala a little bit just because of how bad that went down, but I think for the most part, I don't think I've ever heard your room like go through a whole session like we do with Trump and explain like what we think is going wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Because Biden is not the president. Biden is the president. He got critique.
Not that again. Yeah, you can't do that.
Not with Trump. And you news channel.
It's reversed out.
Yeah. Like we're always gonna talk
Because
about Trump,
Trump
that's
sounds.
fine. But like we can't just forget about the past 4 years of Biden's presidency. I mean, that was like a horrible era. Like COVID and
Really?
all
Are you
That was a central time.
Ben, don't
Hey,
start.
man, are you guys smoking something right now?
I wish I was.
And can I smoke whatever you're smoking?
No,
right
I'm
now?
talking to them. No.
Okay. All right. Just ask the hell of questions. So
You guys are funny.
Okay, man.
What?
Can I ask
Me or ML?
No, the man. So, do you think under Biden administration, do you think allowing as many people across our countries was a good thing?
Why was the law?
What was the law?
Listen, as someone who's done refugee settlement and knows the law, it was the law in the book. Biden put the law there, so he had to process asylum seekers. It's true they were taking advantage of our law, but it was the law. If you guys wanted, they should change the law, but it was the law of the land, and that's where I stand. I'm like, I think a lot of the people who came to America, we need more immigrants now than ever before because we're not producing enough babies. You know what problem we have right now? Try to go out there and find daycare for a newborn, and you can see how difficult it is. Because all the daycare centers are closed down, partly because during COVID all of them closed down, but because increasing birth rate, there's not a demand for daycare, so there's a contraction of daycare centers. Daycare centers closed down over the last couple of years. America's not having babies, and if the American economy continue to be a consumer-driven economy, we need people to spend money, and we need more people coming into America. We don't want it less people.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand. You said it was the law for people to seek asylum across the southern border for the 4 years that Biden was in. This was the law. So all these people around the world decided to come to the southern border of the United States seeking asylum. That's should be trying to understand. And then you said, which is even more interesting, that because the United States citizens are not having babies, this is what you're saying, that we need to import people. So do we need more people to come in? Because to my knowledge,
Okay. Like I said, we need more people.
Let me close the rocks. I'll land real quick. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that the illegal people who cross the border, because everyone did not go to a point of entry to come to the United States, a lot of them just cross over to the United States. Okay, millions of people crossed over did not go to the point of entry. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you. That there are some asylum seekers, but the majority of people did not asylum seekers.
So I was very specific when I said asylum seekers, because you said Lent. That's the only people Biden could let come in. Biden didn't let Biden didn't say, illegals come across, illegals, but people cross the border. Didn't have a policy. That's not being entirely truthful, because he didn't have a policy that says, hey, we haven't opened our policy, you could just cross into America and stay. That never happened. So what I can say is that the state that we as America, we take asylum seekers on an annual basis, and that if you reach the American border, you have the right to seek asylum. Isn't that the law of the land? Edward.
You said it's the law of the land in the books based on how we have interpreted it.
No, it's based on the line that we have a system. We have a system in America based on the United Nations agreement we have, where we take refugees, and also they want to assign them to country access.
We don't have to take every refugee. We have the right to vet.
Yes, so there's a number. Okay, there's a number of
Correct, but we can take it from a random country that we want to. We could say no country, so we have the right to decide where that number comes from, the sources, countries, which. So I mean, you're right, but there's context to it, right? It's not like they say you have to take, Colombia. Also, we have the right to vet them. So if someone gives a refugee claim and they say I'm running from Colombia because of gangs, it's like, well, it's a democratic nation. Should I take you in, or should I take the guy who's running from Iran? I'd probably take the guy from Iran because he's definitely got a legitimate claim for refugee status than somebody who says, well, economically, I can't prosper in my country, so I'm coming to yours. Like, and that's clear in how that's done. So you got to be clear that, yes, there's a but it doesn't say where. Oh, the hero's here. What's up, hero?
A rare day time.
Good to hear you. I don't need to be in this room with the heroes here. He knows he can answer any question.
That's for sure.
Not the female version, the male version. Thank you. Sorry.
Did you ask him something?
No, I was just bringing that point up is that, when people talk about illegal immigration, go on.
Okay, I remember I was very general in my response. I was talking to the holistic refugee slash what's the term? Asylum seekers. So the problem what I'm saying is that yes, there is a law, but nobody's ever said let's change the law or let's I think Trump has reduced the number of a couple of years. During his first time, I think Trump had dropped the number. And yes, America doesn't have the right of refusal to say who they want to come from, but I think the point here being asylum is literally different. If you qualify under the asylum rules, then you can seek asylum in America because America haven't opened up policy. But what I'm saying is that
the important piece is the rules. The rules are not defined. So the rules are set by the administration and who's doing it. So saying that I'm running from a gang in Colombia, well, you would say, well, did you report it to your local police? No, I didn't. Did you report it to your country? No, I didn't. But I'm scared. And then Biden says, okay, come on in. And then Trump goes, well, why don't you go to your country first? Report it to them and go, I don't want to. My dream's been to be in America, whatever. Okay, right? So how that's very important. Now you got to be honest. You're usually pretty, though you're slanting your views. You're pretty honest that the interpretation of that is the biggest problem in this. Because if you're saying you're in a Latin American country from like Colombia or even Mexico or any of these places, and you're running from your government, then there's a major problem because most of those countries are democratic, and so you're just lying basically. But we're letting you. And that means that if we are saying, hey, there's a gang in Chicago that's after me, and I go to UK and say, hey, I'm claiming refugee, UK's gonna say, fuck you, man, you're from America, it's a democratic nation, I'll report it over there, get the hell out of here.
yeah, but we're saying that Biden didn't tell those people to come, but those people knew they had a window. An opportunity.
He would allow them because his interpretation was very liberal to say anyone who just puts a claim in, I'm pretty much going to allow you.
And I think you remember Biden doesn't justify the claim. You have to go through a legal system. The legal system does. Like jury decide.
They didn't do that.
Member of the administration. Right, so the magistrate.
Yes, there's still all judges are. Federal judges are.
Federal judges are part of the judiciary branch. Yeah, but immigration judges aren't. They're part of the executives.
immigration judges are not part of the. Are they part of the executive?
Magistrates and stuff who handle immigration are all.
They're part of the executive branch. Yes.
So since they're part of the executive branch, the president and their policy can say, if the guy claims that he's running from my gang, let him in. Let him in. It's okay. Let him in. And so you gotta understand, it's the policies of Joe Biden. Joe Biden gaslit America, which you won't admit, and said, the president can't solve this border issue. It's only Congress that can do it. And then within a week of Trump taking over,
has control over immigration. The courts do not have control over immigration. The president can stop immigration, what have you. So yes, that's an example.
And the previous guy said, and his vice president tried to tell everyone that he couldn't do it because he didn't want to do it, right? He said he couldn't do it. And he had a guy who has only had 4 years in elected office versus a guy who had whatever years in elected office, and one guy with a law degree and the other one without a law degree who on day one signed an executive order and closed the border, and now the border's closed. And when he was there, it was wide open, and the president can do it. But he tried to tell everyone only Congress can do it, which is wrong.
Was it Rule 42 that when Biden got in there that he actually moved, and then he also took the app, I think CBP.
Yeah, he created a CBP app to give temporary status to Haitian immigrants. Also, the thing he got rid of initially was Remain in Mexico, calling it racist. Then a court told him to put it back in. And then he cited it in his thing saying, we created Remain in Mexico to protect the border. What a gaslight.
Yeah.
I mean, and ML will be like, oh, well, it was Biden who created Remain in Mexico. No, it was actually Trump that did. And actually it was right that it actually...
Why do you say I said that? I never said that. Don't put statements in my mouth.
I know, I said...
Don't say I will say that. You can't say that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I would never say Naveen is going to say that because I don't know what Naveen's going to say.
Fair.
So you
fair. Okay. Fair enough. You're right. I apologize.
So Emma, did he repeal that particular Title 42 to remain in Mexico? Did the Biden administration repeal that?
I do not know. You guys are more up to date on what's going on.
Okay. Look it up.
No, I wasn't tracking the immigration review.
Okay.
That was one of your stuff.
Fair. So he did repeal that, and actually it's proven, and you can look it up. Even Kamala Harris was asked this by Brett Baer. By repealing that, 3 people came into this country that went and killed Americans. And she asked, do you believe that your policies or your administration's policies caused this and that you owe anything to those parents whose kids were killed by those illegal immigrants? She said no. And she didn't want to apologize, didn't want to say that they did anything wrong to cause that. I mean, and it was their administration that decided to remove the Remain in Mexico. It's not like they came in and it just happened. And hey, this happened and we have to look at it. They went in and said, oh, this is a racist policy because some leftists told them, oh, it's Remain in Mexico, it's racist. So they just arbitrarily wrote it off, and then a court told them to put it back in. But by then it was too late.
Well, you guys are stuck on that. Like, that was a major... You guys won the election on that stuff because you guys came on that everybody believed in that the immigrants are coming. That's why you brought up that free murders. Well, and illegal immigrants as a whole commit less murders than native-born Americans.
Yeah, look, you're 100% correct.
Hold on, Kate. Inbound. You know what? I hear you sometimes, but inbound. You know that America is supposed to be safe. And
America's never been safe.
Hold on.
Stay with you leave it.
Okay. I did not say America is safe. I said it's supposed to be safe. And us allowing people to come across the borders, because right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, since you were in the military, do you believe that there are people who crossed our border, whether they're asylum seekers or refugees or whatever, that want to come and do harm to our country? Do you believe that?
Trust me. There are criminals in all shapes and forms, and yes, but the majority of illegals who come to America do not commit crime because they don't want to be, guess what? They don't want to be in contact with law enforcement, so they don't commit crimes. So yes, there's always a possibility.
The border legally.
Okay, yes, it's a crime. Okay, we were not actually that point. But we were talking about No, because I'm telling you, the one act of crossing the border doesn't dictate that those people are that the whole intent was that it's a continuation of a crime spree, that they're gonna be involved in multiple crimes. The data doesn't support that argument. That's my point.
ML is right on this one. If you take a larger, but the data is misleading, right? So the difference is this, right? The United States, and this is what ML, I would love to hear your view on this. Would you agree with this, that the United States has a record somewhere, and the states have records of who their citizens and their people are? The people who came here legally and all that stuff. Would you agree that? You know, a state knows who's here, who's in their state, right?
They don't know. They
and
don't.
their backgrounds?
They don't.
No, they don't. So you're saying when they give a driver's license to someone, they don't know who that person is. Got it. Okay.
Okay, that's different.
So whoever's a resident of a state, whoever's a resident, the states know who their people are because people are born in that state. They have mailing addresses. So the state knows who the people are. The federal government knows who the people are. When you bring in someone, and I'll give you an example. This is a problem that Kamala Harris was supposed to solve. And I was actually optimistic when I heard it, and I know Joe's not going to like me saying this, but I was really optimistic when I heard she's going to solve the root cause. Because I said this many times on this app, that the root cause problem is the fact that these South American countries don't vet their people. So I'll give you an example. Jose Jimenez, just hypothetically, okay? My name is Jose Jimenez. And where are you from? I'm from Colombia. Okay. Hey, Colombia, we have a guy named Jose Jimenez here. Yeah, we have a guy, Jose. Okay, yeah, that's our guy. Okay, great. Is it really Jose Jimenez? No one knows. Why? Because they're not using E-Verify. They're not using systems to document who the people are.
That's majority of the world, Naveen.
Well, no, hold on. When people come here, hold on. I know, I'm not done. When people come legally, what happens? They have to do an interview with the United States Embassy. And so when they do the interview with the United States Embassy, the burden is on that person to prove who they are and provide the data to the United States government. And the United States government has the ability to research that person. I have friends who come on all different visas, okay, and they come here illegally. When someone comes illegally, they don't, that data is not there. So the problem is the person can lie on who they are, come under a phone. So now the reason I say that is, you don't know if that person committed a crime or not. You don't know if that person is a criminal in their home country. So the unknown is the biggest problem. Yeah, I'll tell you this, Emma. Are you a person who will leave your door wide open every single night? No, I'm sure you lock the door. Why? Because even though you know all your neighbors, hey, you never know if there's somebody there. So if that mindset is yours, if you're a person who leaves your door wide open, hey, no problem. I doubt you do. Why? Because our mindset is, hey, we need to make sure we know who the people are around us. I'm not going to bring my daughter to a place, even in the United States, where I don't know the people. I check out the place beforehand, make sure it's good, talk to some of the people. I don't just say randomly, yeah, go here. We are that type of people in this country. So when you bring in someone and you don't know their background and you don't have a record on their history, where they were born and all this stuff, they're just giving you random details, but say, I'm seeking asylum. That is a vetting crisis. That's a problem. And Trump hasn't solved the vetting crisis. He's just stopped the whole thing. So to be fair, Trump hasn't solved the problem, right? That problem will be there for the next president because Congress has to solve that problem. Has to say, hey, we need to do better vetting. We need to, if we're giving money to these countries, they need to prove to us that they're using E-Verify for their people because we're giving them this money, right? They need to make sure we know who their citizens are. They give us wrong information on their people if they're crossing the border. And it's also on the burden of the illegal person who's here to have that detail, but we don't know. So that's why you're deporting people to countries where you don't know where they're from, unless they're already criminals or known criminals. Very important, but legal people, legal immigrants, we know all about them because they have to apply for a visa through the United States Embassy. Very important.
Hey, Naveen, you know that majority of people who stay in this country illegally are people who flew in on a visa, not people who crossed the border.
Yeah, I know. So and those people are okay. You know why? They've already been vetted. They came here, they overstayed their visa. But they were already vetted at one. Hold on. They were already vetted at one point. So I think we need a new category for that, because would you agree those people were already vetted versus the guy who crosses the border and wasn't vetted because there's no way to go back and verify his data with the country? Yeah, so when people came here on a visitor visa, you know that. You came here on a visitor visa, what happened? I mean, this is the biggest scam. It's harder to solve, but it's a bigger scam. Someone goes in India or whatever, applies for a visitor visa, they have to show they have a certain amount in their bank account, the embassy's due diligence is to speak to local officials. Who is this guy? Does he really live at the location he is? Show me some bills on where you are. And then sometimes they deny the visitor visa because they go, hey, it looks like you're trying to immigrate to America. Like, that's ridiculous. Why are you getting... So all of that process happens. So when they overstay their visa, that's wrong. But at least we know who those people are. And we can hold the country accountable also, saying this is your person. This is your citizen. They're here, right? They need to, they're still lost in this country and they can still have problems, but it's important to understand the difference. So those are I call those vetted illegal immigrants because they've already been vetted. I'm talking about the ones that aren't vetted, which are the ones who actually commit the crimes in this. Not all of them, but some of them commit crimes. And it sounds like you're saying, well,
it's a very small minority of them.
No. You're taking 1% of overall illegals, which include the vetted people. Okay, that's very important. That's what I'm saying. Data is great that you bring.
Yes, but it's still 1% of the entire population. So
correct. That's what you're doing. 1% of the entire.
Yeah, but I am still correct. And even if you extrapolate the ones who came on visa and compare it to the illegal. 1%.
No, it's not. It's a larger percentage of the ones who.
What's the number?
It'll be closer to about 5 to 6%, which is still low, but it's not 1%.
Okay, and comparative to the native-born population.
Yeah, but that's different. Okay, so let me ask you this: do you think if somebody had a criminal?
Fuck Trump, Black Lives.
Okay, good. So no, do you think that an American criminal, okay, suppose Ted Bundy, were there, and he fled to UK or something, right? Would you blame America? I would, by the way, if they went to UK and UK let them in, right? That's a criminal. He commits a crime. The probability of him committing a crime in UK is going to be a lot higher. I just watched the Ted Bundy documentary. That's why I mentioned it. But so you say, okay, well, you're letting criminals into the country, but if 1,000 come in and one commits a crime, that's still bad because you say, holy shit, how did this guy get in? And we have to solve the problem.
Hold on. So I just pulled the data that you asked me to pull. So annual crime involvement, roughly 7 to 10 million arrests occur per year in the U.S. That's just arrests. That's not even convictions. That's just arrests. Out of the total population of 330 million U.S. citizens, I made sure to adjust for U.S. citizens, not non-citizens. That works out to about 2 to 3% per year. 2 to 3% of the population arrested per year. 2 to 3%. So, based on the numbers you guys just discussed, it sounds like actually illegal immigrants might actually commit a higher disproportionate amount of the crime compared to U.S. citizens. Based on those numbers.
Data, amazing, Emma.
No, that is not true. And my hand very nice. No, the point that you could extrapolate from that data, not having the entirety of the other population set. You saying that because this data says one thing, that means the other data says another based off this data, and that's not that wrong. You cannot just do cross-flow of data. So the point is that if you bring up that's one. So you said the native-born population commits crime at what rate? At
7 to 10 million arrests. That's not even convictions. That's just arrests.
Okay,
7
and
to 10 million arrests.
And now illegal immigrants or whatever you want to call them.
Well, you said yourself it's about 1%.
No, I didn't say that. Naveen said that. I asked Naveen what's the number.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I said it's 1% of all illegals. Okay, I said it's a low number. Yes, it's a pretty low number. TC, if you could bring up that number, because my hands are dirty. If you could bring up that number, then we could have a conversation.
What do you want me to ask? What percentage of the illegal immigrant population commits crime?
Yes, commits crime, and what's the total? And what's the total? Because remember, it's an estimation of the total population because we don't know. So therefore, it's a data point that you cannot extrapolate correctly because you don't know how many illegals in America because they're undocumented.
Correct. Yes, that's the point. Yes.
Based on what?
Right. It's going to be skewed because of what King said. Basically, we have there's gotaways and then there's known gotaways. And the ones that we don't know that got away, that are committing a crime, which we find out all the time, that this person wasn't in any type of database or any type of data system. He was apprehended in the commission of a crime, and so now we're getting the details on it.
Thank you, TC. But there's something important that, as moderator, you missed, and I defer to you as moderator. The fact is, even if an illegal commits no crime ever, the effect of illegals is to push down the wages of American high school dropouts and to push up rents. And our friends, such as ML, deny the law of supply and demand. I've heard them demand that the illegals be allowed to stay, and I have receipts that prove. If you deport, please allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish. If you deport every single illegal in America, no exceptions, what it means is rents will go down. If you're a renter, you benefit. And second of all, if you have a relative who is stupid, who dropped out of high school, if you have a high school dropout male as a relative, his wages will go way up because men in America, American citizens who drop out of high school, they compete directly with illegals. So ML's policy of allowing illegals to stay, it fucks everyone with rents and it hurts your relatives that are stupid.
I want to hold up. Ben, hold up. Look, I want to follow up on this. It would be great if our politicians actually debated the stats that ML and King were debating, but realistically, none of that shit actually matters to the debate other than trying to convince voters one way or the other. Realistically, the elephant in the room is it's really like any other political issue, it's all about the politics and how it plays effect. The Democrats were clearly attempting to swell up their population in their states to increase their count in the House, so they had more clout come the presidential election, more clout in the House. It's all about the politics. And likewise, for Republicans as well. Look, I'm a heritage American. My family's been here for 400 years. It doesn't serve me any purpose to support immigrants that come here. On average, 3 generations will vote Democrat after their families arrive. Now, not all of them, but the majority of them. And it actually goes against my interests of this country. And the people do retain the right, no matter what what any type of international might be out there. The people retain the right in this country to elect leadership that will put restrictions on immigration. And we need to deport all illegals, and we need to have a moratorium on immigration for a decade.
Well, how many kids do you have?
And now it's clear that you're not a heritage American, okay? So I understand
How do you know what I am?
Different.
How do you know what I am?
And we don't share a political opinion.
Joe,
so clearly, it's in your interest. It's in your interest to want to have. Hold on. It's in your interest to have illegals come in this country because, on average, they support your political causes and they go against mine. And that's really what the argument.
So you talk about that Black Americans are not heritage Americans.
I wish that
what evidence do you have? Hold on.
It's clear that Black Americans are also heritage Americans. They have families that
how comes I'm not a heritage American?
100 years.
Joe, hold on. Exactly. No, hold on, Ben. No, hold on, Ben. No, let me. Joe, what information do you have about me to make a heritage American? Joe,
I've already made my statements. I don't have to.
Oh no, because listen, you made a statement that's factually incorrect, not knowing who I am.
Yeah, your accent just doesn't give me the idea that your family's been here for 100 years.
Okay, so hold on, Joe. Hold on, Ben. You can go next. So Joe, do you know about the U.S. Virgin Islands?
They're prepared for it.
And are we American citizens?
Well, you've been adopted into.
No. That's not what I asked you.
It doesn't argue your.
That's not what I asked you. Answer a question, bro.
Listen real carefully. It doesn't mean that you hold the same interests that I do. That my family's been here for 400 years.
So Joe, have you bled for America?
Joe, have you bled for America? Joe, have you bled for America?
What is that? That's just a platitude. What is that?
Have you served? Have you served majority of your life? Have you bled for America? Have you gone to war for America?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so how the fuck you could tell me about what it is to be American? And let me tell you something about me, Joe.
I have the right.
Joe, shut the fuck up. Let me go because you got me irritated now because racist people like you
And the
who say this bullshit. Because the fact you saying that because I have an accent, not taking into account that people from the U.S. Virgin Islands have accents, and the fact you don't know where motherfucker my father from. Where's my father from? Joe, my family's been in America longer than your fucking family. Because my fucking dad's family. Hold on.
We're in the Virginia country.
Shut the fuck up. My dad's family has been in Louisiana before Louisiana fucking purchased. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, my family came through the Virginia company. We came through Jamestown.
Bro, the point is that you and this fucking heritage America, if you loved America, you live for America, motherfucker.
It's
You can say whatever you want to say. You never bled for America.
You can disagree with it. You can hold those opinions
No,
against mine.
you don't deserve the right to be more American. There's no fucking.
You want to take away
What
the
is
right
it
to
on
be
your
an
birth
American?
certificate? What is it on your birth certificate that tells you that you're more American than somebody else?
This is
Make that make fucking
This
sense.
is why leftists want to bring in immigrants, illegal or legal, to swell up the population.
The guy that you worship, Joe, the guy you worship is not even heritage American by your definition.
Exactly. Trump's family just came in.
Because it doesn't refute any of the points I made, because he should.
It does. It nullifies your main argument that you made a point to tell me.
Let me make my point. Look, it doesn't refute anything I said because I said the whole issue that y'all are debating, it'd be great if it really was about the statistics, but it's not. Immigration's really about the politics behind immigration. And that's what I argue. And it's fine about Trump, at least on this issue, the same political ideas that
But don't say it is.
we don't
say all
heritage
Americans.
Let me finish.
Don't say all heritage Americans think like you. Because they don't.
If we don't have a border, let me talk now. If we don't have,
that's a funny statement when you guys say that. Because the fact is that we do have a border. There's a line that's drawn. And that Mexico recognized and Canada recognized. We don't have border disputes. So when you say that, doesn't make any sense. But anyway.
I want to move on to, there's some new speakers that joined this stage. So is there anybody?
Thank you for passing the mic in. I'm going to say that to me it's not a racial issue at all. I welcome a lot of people that are not white. The people who I hear on Clubhouse who are openly calling for white genocide, and I'll post links, are white leftists. White leftists are the ones who feel so comfortable saying that conservative whites like Joe should be rounded up and killed in a genocide. And so, if there were immigrants, please, I'll be very brief here. If there were white people who wanted white genocide, patriotic Americans who are not white, and there's plenty of America-hating leftists who are white. And if you read the link in the room chat, you will see I'm 100% correct. Many of the leftists and the progressives on Clubhouse want a genocide. They want a genocide of other whites. And it has nothing to do with you, ML. So keep your fucking mouth shut. This is white liberals calling for a genocide of white people. I am done.
What receipts did you say are in the chat about what you just said right now?
There's a receipt from a white liberal on Clubhouse who has published articles.
Where is it?
Why don't you let me finish? In the room,
every time you start,
allow me to finish.
You got a link.
every time you start,
The receipt is it's literally right in the room chat. This is a character on Clubhouse, a hero of leftist whites on Clubhouse, who says that whites like Joe should be killed in a genocide. It's clear as day, and it's in the New York Times. So read the list.
I think at least you can post the receipt. You click on
Then did you click the link?
Well, American than he is. So I don't know how to make. When George never served this country.
Okay, now hold on. You and I both know. Period. Okay. If you are here in America, okay, Joe's not talking to you directly. He's here. Now he made a comment basically, right? So you know and I know that there's other people who have not been what we would consider American soil for their whole existence. Okay? So don't take that personal. Just say, you know what? I know who I am. I think we would have all made for us to know that you serve the country. I think you serve the country. But at the same time, just because someone had a specific opinion of what you and I may think doesn't mean that you or Joe are entirely wrong. Because I made it clearly over here. I'm clear you're an American, I'm clear Joe. I also believe that we know it. Correct? Did you say that?
And I'm an American too. I hope you guys know that.
I got it. See, that's the beauty. No, this is the beauty. See, God, being American is not like this. It's not nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it wrong. It has a lot to do with the ideal of self-evident. And I was asking you to tell me the truth that you actually hold self-evident. Not your ethnic group. But do you believe in the America way of living? Life, liberty, happiness, and do you believe in the way our doctrines actually say that we are supposed to be as a people?
I never denied ML or Ben were Americans. I just said share different interests, and I was highlighting clearly why they support immigrants and illegal immigrants swelling up our population, much like the Democrats do. It's because of politics. It's not about how much crime they commit or how many murders they've done. I mean, all that would wish our politicians debated this issue like ML and King were debating it. However, this isn't debated that way. I mean, clearly Republicans sided just this week, 10 Republicans in the House sided with Democrats to extend the Haitians' status for the next 3 years. The purpose why? Is because they want the cheap labor. They want the cheap workforce from those districts. Those districts are pressured by the power brokers in those areas to cheap labor. So this issue, if we want to debate it, we got to debate it on the political side, not about all these statistics. Statistics, I wish the murder rate and the crime rate came into effect to debate in Washington. But y'all are just having the debate that voters have over an issue that it doesn't really play a factor in the actual decision making over this issue. I hope I was clear.
What is our tax dollars being spent on? So I have 4 links that prove that our tax dollars are being used to give trans surgeries to illegals. I have 4 links that prove it. So basically what the Democrats are doing is they are saying if you are an illegal immigrant, if you snuck into America and you want your penis cut off, American taxpayers will pay $60,000 for it. And why are Democrats paying for trans surgery? Because the people who are most likely to vote Democrat are trans. People, more than 90% vote Democrat. So it is in the best interest of ML and the best interest of the Democratic Party to encourage as many trannies as possible. And I have links to prove it. I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, I just heard the claim that the Democrats want more immigrants in the country. If that's the case, why is it that during Biden's administration, he deported more people than Trump did his first administration?
It's just how they count this. We all know that.
No.
How come it simultaneously illegals from coming into our country or that were in our country, then how does he also have the most illegals that came into our country in the span of 4 years?
But how does that negate the point that I made?
So it's a net loss. Like what you're looking at it as, well, you look at it as a net positive. I look at it as a net loss. So if he turned this many away from the border, let's say 30 million were trying to get in, and he only let 20 million in, but hell, he turned 10 million of them around and wouldn't let 10 million of them in. So look, he's tough on immigration, but he let 2/3 of them come into the country illegally. But we know it. They had an app set up. You can't deny that. Like, that's just what do you mean? What y'all leftists do is you smudge the statistics for the your caucus with them. It's no question, okay? So it's clear that the agenda is just to overwhelm the right. And look, we got people on the right that go along with it for their own self-interest or like cheap labor. Look, the Koch brothers, they'll play both sides of the fence to get their cheap. Walmart wants this because every little. Come on. Self-interest. That's what people are actually driven.
No, I would agree with that. I think Democrats, are people who virtue signal about, talking about deportation of immigrants being fascism when, it's essentially they are the people who are deporting more people. So I would agree with you that the Democrats are interested in their own self-interest. I mean, that's essentially what Biden did when he continued, construction of the border wall. But to me, though, my point is essentially it still stands is that if the Democrats were in favor of letting anybody come into the country, why would we be deporting so many people?
I think I can answer Necro respectfully because I do respect Necro, and I'll be very succinct. The reason the Democrats deported illegals within elections, they wanted to campaign to say the border is not open. If the Democrats, and I'll answer Necro succinctly, if the Democrats knew that there would never be an election again, there would not be a single one deported. The Democrats today are constrained by the knowledge that the average voter doesn't want millions and millions of illegals to come in. And that's holding the Democrats back from what they really want. So that's your answer, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. I mean, but I think really just the idea that, they want people to come in here legally, I think, I mean, I would like to know what that, is suggested because the fact that they have policy that don't incentivize people to come here, I don't think that that's the same thing as, saying that they want more illegal immigrants.
This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue and I will be 6.
Okay, then I'm happy to pass the mic to Alistair in a second. The experiment of letting migrants come in.
I've seen videos.
Hold on, let me finish. It's already been run in Europe. That is ML's policy of letting violent migrants from the third world come in. It's been tested in Europe, and I'll post links. The overwhelming majority of gang rapes in Europe are committed by immigrants from the third world. The same immigrants that ML demands that America let in are committing mass gang rapes, and it's not in one country. It's in 10 different countries in Europe. So if anyone is honest and neutral and just Googles what do ML's policies do to a country, you don't have to speculate. You can see it. And I'll post a few links from going to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been a suggestion that, immigrants in Europe, one of the things is saying that there's been rising crime among them, but I think it's also been pointed out by Cato, and I know is a libertarian think tank which positively views immigration, but their studies have shown that now I don't know if they're necessarily distinguishing between people who are here who are legally documented versus people who are not documented. But I mean, to me, it's like I just think pandas.
Necro, I'd like to go next. Trying to be succinct.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've forgotten what I mean.
So I'll see there past few days Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. So we have Germany, we have Britain, as well as even the Italian Prime Minister now. But the Spanish Prime Minister just recently gave 500,000 African migrants basically amnesty. And it's because The Spanish people hate their leadership. Migrants to come in for their votes. The Democrats want to destroy the country by allowing millions of more illegal alien refugees from all around the world to pour in to collect their votes. It is a scheme. It is a scam. It is a fraud. And Cash can tell when he's finished drinking all those beers, partying all the time. Maybe he'll do something about it and start arresting politicians. Until we start arresting criminal politicians, nothing will change. Nothing. We need arrests, and we need arrests this year. And Donald Trump has to take his eyes, his gaze, his power, and he needs to refocus within. We need to get to the root. We need to rip this tree up, and we need to chop its roots up, which is the Democrat Party. They are criminals, they are fraudsters, they are liars, they are thieves. And until we see arrests, we will never, ever be free of these parasites. These parasites are killing us. They are low IQ, they are weak, they are effeminate, they are brainwashed, they are suicidal. They hate our history, they hate themselves, and they are miserable, horrible, pathetic people who have no intelligence, no courage, no morality, no strength. And I say we crush them, we arrest them, we imprison them, and we put them through the trials and the courts. And if the Democrat judges don't agree and they release, well, then we arrest the Democrat judges. Our police must begin arresting Democrat judges who release murderers back into the streets to kill our people. We must arrest soon and now. We cannot wait. We need massive.
How about the top 1%?
Yeah. I mean, overall, like, I would agree that the Democrats are, like, people who mostly are people who want to keep immigration alive as, like, a wedge issue for the same reason. But I would say the same thing about both parties, but that's why I call into question about whether or not they actually are concerned about whether they want to have immigrants covered in the border as opposed to just keeping it alive as a wedge issue to accuse the other side of xenophobia or racism.
He's saying with the Progressive Movement International Symposium, it's abortion, it's black tax reparation fraud, tax for me, I gotta pay you merely because of the historical conflict of mankind. It's a fraud. It's a hypnosis communication projection shoved down your throat of lies. And if you speak up, you're labeled racist. If you speak up, you're labeled xenophobic. And weak, effeminate men like Necro, who have had sexual intercourse with trans people, are part of the problem. This young man needs to become a man. Necro, go join the Army. Go join the Marines. Go join the Navy. Do something with your life. These people are traitors. They're liars. They're low IQ. They are gay. They are effeminate. They are them. Their corruption, their frauds, their criminality, and these teacher unions are RICO racketeering organizations. Guys like ML are effeminate, low IQ, and they are traitors. ML, you're the problem. Necro, you're the problem. All you people on this app that are basically on here wasting their lives creating propaganda content, you're the problem.
Yeah, I think we should tell the people to war with other countries that, like Lindsey Graham, he should be conscripted into the draft.
Well, Lindsey Graham was actually a reserve in the Air Force.
Yeah, well, I think he should fight for the thing.
But his ass was too fat to pass his speaking test, so he had to retire.
That's a fair point. So maybe he should, but he's okay with young people dying before he hits wars. So.
Yeah, I agree. We should put all the problems and die.
Yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham is like Newt Gingrich, and he's a chick.
That's cool. What does he even do?
So what?
What's he supposed to do? Is that Lindsey Graham? When you say he used to sound very good.
I think that he should not be demanding wars that he himself is not going to fight.
He's too old to fight. So I wouldn't want to leave the ground with the front lines. Trust me, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. No to Lindsey Graham. No, he's weird. He's weird. He doesn't represent.
I'm a concept the man who looks like a
Is there one of these quotes anymore there?
I'm a cut. You would learn if you saw me in person. He put me where?
He does not represent. Hey, he doesn't represent the masses. That's all.
Who doesn't represent the masses? That idiot that was talking there?
Who's that idiot? Who's that guy?
I mean, I especially think that he should not be led to the White House after he talked about invading other countries, like to establish U.S. supremacy.
And we are. So, like it or lump it. Not a white America.
In every major U.S. city by using the FBI and local and the police and federal. We will create the largest federal criminal police network the world has ever seen, and we will mass deport all the illegal aliens. We won't allow one legal alien in this fucking country, not one. You will be here with your legal papers. There's no, I got here. If you go to India, if you go to Russia, and you fuck around, you will be put in jail in a slave labor camp for 10 fucking years. In America, we give you housing, we give you credit card, we give you food, we give you daycare, we give you healthcare, we give you everything you need. But not anymore when Donald Trump realizes the scam and the fraud, and he's still funding it because he doesn't know how to cut off the money. Because the Democrat judges keep saying, no, Donald Trump, it is already in legislation. We've got the money. We're taking the money. No, Donald Trump, deploy the police, make arrests. Don't let these Democrat judges get away with it. Make warfare and lawfare your motto, your methodology to conquest in America, because we've been conquested by the liberal left woke progressives. This progressive movement is a fraud. It is a communist socialist scam. So fuck the taxpayers. These people are liars and fraudsters, and use the police to make arrests. Nothing will change. We have to advocate for the police making arrests of politicians, using the FBI and lawyers and judges to file charges. These are criminal conspiracies and racketeering. We won't allow it. It's criminality. It's fraud. It's lying. It's scamming. Guys like ML, I want to go serve in the front line with Lindsey Graham. ML here.
So here's an example. I think Sean has me confused with Ann because he keeps talking to Ann and not talking at all. So the bias, the prejudice, go get it, girl or boy.
She stole $50 million from the county. How the fuck is that watching? We don't have an actuarial scientists, forensic accountants. We don't know what the fuck to do. Fraud is everywhere. And in Chicago, the mayor can take out $1 billion loan to pass it out to his nonprofit scam artist friends. It's all taxation under a different name. It's called the progressive movement. Is really just the we're going to tax you more movement. That's all it really is, folks. It's a fucking fraud. It's a scam. Emma, get to the back of the line. Keep complaining.
Well, I'll start complaining when I'm not in the 37% tax bracket anymore. But I'm good. Your bitch ass is the one who's fucking complaining. You for the price of gas. You're complaining about the price of gas right now. So shut up.
So, and how does the individual taxpayer have control over the price of gas?
Mention gas once, folks. Note that he brings up gas. I didn't bring it up. I said
No, I said
is a taxation. It's a scam and it's a fraud. Go ahead, Anna. Complain about the gas price. Go ahead.
I don't complain about the gas price because guess what? I don't complain about groceries because guess what?
I'm not doing it. It's the government butters your bread. You work in IT in the army or whatever the fuck you did, but you didn't start a business. The government made you wealthy. The government put up your just because the government did it for you.
What's my degree?
You want my education relationship. You are a parasite. Go back to the line and complain.
You sound like you're owned by the government. Are you a parent? What are you not bitching?
These good rooms and you take advantage of it, and that cools goodwill. But you're the worst of them. You're a double hypocrite and you're a parasite. It's like, ooh, I got a 6-figure income. I don't need to worry about my grocery prices. If I was in charge, I'd have you arrested. Let all parasites from continuing to leach and draw the blood from our beautiful system. So you're not
Virgin Islands, but he's American. You guys need to stop saying that. You guys sound ridiculous. Like
my mother country. Listen, I just cleared my lot.
Dumb.
Hey, dumbass! I just cleared my lot.
The other guy with the echo chamber. Go back to your safe space and politically correct with all your
I'm talking about you.
You're just a parasite, Emma. Go back to
I am a parasite. Yes. What else?
Go complain over there, bitch. You're just a complaint.
It's cute. He admitted to being a parasite. Move on.
I know.
So yeah, the U.S. Virgin Islands have only been a territory for about 100 years. So
It's more than 100 years. It's more than 100 years.
Not his mother country. It's some African place on the what?
So I don't know how you're gonna take out the white. I don't know how you're gonna take out the white blood in me.
No, but Emma, we clearly have different political agendas, and that's ultimately what the immigration argument's really all about, is the political agenda. Would you agree?
Nope.
It's really about how much crime illegals commit or don't commit. Right? You can say those statistics don't really play a factor in the debate about immigration. It's really about politics, right? Would you agree?
It's about who rules and runs and governs them now. We don't want parasites like you ruling over us. We don't want trans social activists ruling over us. We don't want Democrat.
I don't want Republican friends, bitch.
We don't want black reparation tax socialist communists ruling over us, ML. That's why you gotta get to the Lindsey Graham and keep complaining.
Why am I a Republican undecided?
I'm sorry. Look, Emma, you have a lot to say, but when I ask you very direct questions, you don't have
I'm working. What was the question? I was away from my phone.
Oh, now you're too busy.
No, I was. That's why sometimes you guys don't have
making all that American money, right?
I am an American. Which kind of money do you want me to make? You want me to get paid in euros or pounds? What is it? What do you want me to get paid in?
to talk about how rich you are.
I mean, what's
No, I said I'm complaining about the prices shit, and I'm good.
What's the cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands? How much do you have to pay for your import tax when you actually have to bring stuff in? The cost of living in our territories is extremely expensive. I'm sure y'all have additional taxes or tariffs, just like Puerto Rico does. And right?
Yes, they do a lot of the stuff.
It's super fucking expensive.
Hold on.
And I would have to guess that the U.S. Virgin Islands are just like Hawaii and Puerto Rico. That most of the money, that when you look at it from the countryside, is because of federal money. And for U.S. Virgin Islands, that you don't really have industries that are making tons.
Serious? Do you know? Hold on, Joe. This is where you guys talk, and you guys don't know what to talk about. Do you know for the last 4 months?
Like the U.S. Virgin Islands don't get any.
Joe, hold on.
That's really.
Joe, we get more tourists in the Virgin Islands.
But Hawaii gets a lot of credit.
I think
But we wouldn't exist without the American influence.
That is bullshit. Because Hawaii does.
No, that's clear.
Have you ever lived in Hawaii?
Okay, so $4 out of $5 that go to Hawaii comes from federal funds. It's not from the tourism. It's not their largest industry. Federal assistance is their largest industry. Now, it comes through many different forms of federal assistance. A lot of it has to do with
the military.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, most of the money, and it doesn't dispute the point that Alistair was making about.
Look, can you
look. You're
can you be done? Okay, you're done. Okay, let me go now. The point you're making is that the net takers from the federal government are red states. Make that make sense. If you have such brilliant, economic mind. Joe, hold on. If you look at the net takers,
It's
you're gonna realize
the gasoline tax. Okay, 2 more complaints. Thank you, ML, for your submission. Wow.
Okay, Alistair.
Incredible.
Alistair. The point is that yes, I'm from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I don't live there currently, but I am going to retire back there.
I'll make sure you can never go back. We'll send you back to Wesco. And we will strip you.
And I will send you back to
make sure you
fucking
never
Europe,
collect
where
another
we from.
federal dollar the rest of it.
Because I'm sure you want me to
Technically correct. You go join your socialist communist infiltrators. Go ahead.
I will have to take you back to Europe.
Send it back to his southern sister.
Go back to Europe because I'm indigenous. And I can tell by your accent you're not a native English speaker. So take your lies and shove them up your ass, and maybe Lindsey Graham will come and felch them out your butt. I don't know, maybe talk some sense into you, Emma, because you are still brainwashed, still brain rotted out. I fear that our government giving you even one more pension dollar. I know you got an ex-wife and she cleaned you out. That's the greatest justice. That's what I know, and that's what I like to see, is that when big mouth, big brain, stupid lying communist socialists and progressive really gives me joy in my heart. When I know that your retirement's fucked because your ex-wife got you by your balls. That's real justice. That's real fucking justice. Your ex-wife has your balls in her mouth. Taking your pension, taking your income. Bitch, your wife owns your ass. That gives me joy.
Maybe that's your situation, but my ex-wife don't get a dime from my pension because she didn't want. She makes enough.
So really easy to look. Hold on, Spark. Hold on. Really easy to look up. Some only amounts for about 30% of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Now, depending on certain years when more federal to be given, and certain times during disasters and stuff like that, federal money is upwards of 40% for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It makes up, almost a majority of the money that goes to the
Know-it-all. Your ex-wife event.
I know one. And Alyssa, do you even have a woman? The way you sound, you don't.
Oh, I got a women, baby. And
you haven't even procreated. A woman who would want to be with your bro.
So you gotta come in these good rooms and waste people's time. I think you try.
Rod is taking some big.
He thinks he's
a loser.
I think I'm funny. I know I'm funny, and I'm glad your ex-wife ruined your.
Not funny. You're cringe as hell, you old unk. Oh, that guy here looks.
Hi, Machiavelli.
Hi, Annie. What's up?
Was there something that you wanted me to talk about? I know that you requested to speak. So go ahead.
How are you doing?
Well, this is the President Trump discussion. Thanks everybody for coming. We're talking about Donald Trump, the greatest president who's ever lived in America. He's doing incredible things domestically. He's terraforming America, terraforming the world of all the criminals, all the terrorists, all the blackmailers, the schemers, the scammers from the past 60 years. He's rectifying history, and many people just don't like history rectified. I, for one, support Donald Trump wholeheartedly. I voted for him 3 times. God bless America. Hope every American here has the greatest weekend of their life. And on Monday, we will continue the greatest deportation operation the government of America has ever conducted. Again, it's Operation Deportation Program Project Deportation. I am complete. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the discussion.
Since we're talking about statistics from the U.S. Virgin Islands, the largest employer of people that work in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the federal government. The federal government is the largest employer for people that work there.
That makes sense, but why? Like,
we support a lot of these island territories and
No,
island
because
states.
guess what? You don't realize that in the Virgin Islands, you have, as a territory, the police force is mostly U.S. Marshals. You have the Coast Guard. Then you have then you have the military bases.
This strengthens my point that the U.S. Virgin Islands. Yeah, the point was
the federal government is the biggest employing majority states, and then if not for them, it's Walmart.
Not the majority of states. No, that's not true. These are particular our island territories and our island states, like Hawaii. And the grander point was they would not be able to survive economically without the federal government's assistance, because they can't even afford. They don't have enough of their own economy to afford even having their own police.
You don't understand that.
Let me know when Joe and ML's ice show's over. I want to tell you something about I learned.
Yeah, ML, I'll let you have the last word. Go ahead and argue why U.S. Virgin Islands is such a net benefit for.
It produced me, man. Come on now.
That's what you're gonna leave it on.
And also,
you could have at least said we have some amazing beaches to come and visit.
Come on. I don't want y'all to visit. Hey, I don't want when I'm relaxing. I don't want when I'm relaxing on the beach to run into an idiot like you guys. It will disrupt my paradise.
You could have used the opportunity to really sell us on. And look, it is beautiful.
But we don't want people from the mainland moving down there.
They clearly want our money.
The sun
They clearly
glare.
want our money.
The sun glare off our bodies.
There's no industry there. I mean, maybe some.
Listen, I'm from we have the biggest oil refinery in the world. And we also have an aluminum plant, Maria aluminum plant. What else? Because Sencor doesn't have
processing.
How do you process? The tourism is mostly St. Thomas and St. John's. If you guys really understood what happens in the territory, but
you can share with us. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's a net positive having an oil refinery there.
And we have one of the biggest oil depots. When you talk about the petroleum reserve and all the oil we store, we have one of the biggest ones now in the gas.
Okay, that's
because all the oil that comes to America, they have to some place to park it. They can't refine it, and they park it in Sencor. What else do I know?
Yeah, it's just a small blip on what Refinery Road, Louisiana, and the east side of Texas does, because that's where the largest bulk of the production comes
Yes, but
from.
we have the largest oil refinery in the world for 4 decades.
Largest on what measure? Like
the largest amount of burners, the amount of the processing power, production. Yeah, we produce majority of America's jet fuel for 4 decades.
Jet fuel, very specific. Okay.
Because
I don't know that statistic.
Yes, for jet fuel, we produce majority of America's jet fuel.
Okay. Well, good. That's good.
And gasoline was the cheapest, has always been cheapest in the Virgin Islands.
Usually where it gets produced, it is in Louisiana as well. It's one of the cheapest locations to buy because it's the transport cost, right?
Yes.
So, okay, there's some benefit. And now, what do y'all have to pay in excise tax for when you do imports?
You don't pay any. You see, the only rule is that America established a law that if you're gonna ship between 2 American states, and you have to use an American flag ship. So basically, we pay more to transport goods from American mainland to the Virgin Islands because we have to use an American flag carrier, which charges higher rates than say we would get the goods straight from China or not.
Tell me this: what's the benefits tax-wise? Now, y'all don't have to pay the same federal tax rates that we do here in mainland.
It's the same. It's the same.
Exactly the same. You don't. No. See, I figured it was like there's some benefits to live in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Joe,
there is.
You spoke to him. I'm going to respond to Joe very succinctly.
You don't fucking live in it, but he's talking about us. Doug, go ahead, because we're from the Virgin Islands.
ML, he's a moderator. No, ML, he's the moderator.
Shut the fuck up, Doug. I said.
Okay. It is Joe is break if I bring my taxes go all the way to 4%. If you bring a new business to Puerto Rico, especially a professional services business, your federal taxes go to 0, your state taxes go to 0, your local taxes go to 0. You negotiate 4% income tax. It's the best tax break available to an American citizen. So it's perfectly correct when Joe said he's suspicious that there are some tax benefits to an American moving to the Virgin Islands. I'm done speaking. Joe, if you disagree, let me know.
For me to look up.
We're talking about the Virgin Islands. You bring about talk about Puerto Rico. Go ahead, because we have the same time structure.
Moderator there. Hey, I owe an apology. I was doing stuff around the house. I didn't see you come in. I would have loved to have your take on the Heritage Foundation. And so I rushed to do a replay on it this morning. The story of Matt, I had no idea. And apparently he wrote a book 4 or 5 years ago. Did you know about him yet before I knew about him again? So let me see. I was posting it in this Telegram, and you don't want me to advertise for the Divided We Fall Telegram.
You can.
Whatever you say. I just know. Well, so the pros are we have more people in there to discuss ideas. The cons are the trolls will get in, and you're very protective of your property. So I'm just like, you're the landlord. So let me know. And once you start letting me know, I can start advertising it. We have over 100 members in there. But like I said, you prefer quality over quantity. So whatever you want, go.
Thanks, moderators, put me back in the queue. This is out.
We just get them. Yeah. So it already has the Heritage Foundation documentary. Hold on. Elon Musk tweeted about it. His post about it has 15 million impressions. Let me see what the Heritage Foundation post has 16 million views. And I get that John Kitover has an agenda and he wants the mic right now. Talk about very pivotal and on-point topic of DEI and critical race theory in our military that's corrosive and divisive and racist. I would love to have that conversation with people. The pastor who was segregating the black soldiers, inviting them to special book reading, alienating the white soldiers.
Okay, so I'll respond succinctly. Anyone that understands the actions of America's enemies know that America's enemies want nothing more than to have us divided by race. And China and Iran, if you actually just go watch the TikToks that China and Iran are giving to our youth. China and Iran are teaching our youth to hate their fellow Americans. And so when the U.S. military, and we have a military man here who can speak, when the U.S. military teaches American patriots of one race to hate American patriots of another race, they are serving America's enemies. So shame on everyone that did that.
I see the room. We're going in a new thread. I just want to finish up the U.S. Virgin Islands tax benefits that they do get, and then we go down a new thread. Look, U.S. Virgin Islands have generally similar tax break as Puerto Rico does. However, they have one thing that's different, which they are very restrictive of mainlanders moving to U.S. Virgin Islands to make a business. But they can get up to 90%. They personal tax rate down in some industries between 2% and 5%. So ML's not being truthful when he says it's exactly the same. Oh. It's not. Yeah, it's not the same. They actually are. They're not working with the same laws and rules at the federal government tax rules that the rest of us mainland Americans are. And on top of that, they're very restrictive of us moving there to take advantage.
We don't want y'all moving there. That's what. Listen.
Yeah. Clearly.
Hey, Joe.
Clearly. So
you missed one point.
The U.S. Virgin Islands gets to suck money out of America and play by different rules, but they don't have to allow, and they can restrict Americans from moving there as well to try and to access those extra benefits.
No, not only are you correct, but you're forgetting one thing. No, let me say this very succinctly, Joe, and then you.
Yeah, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
No, ML. The other thing that you are dishonest about, ML, is the murder rate in the Virgin Islands. I just looked it up, and the murder rate on the Virgin Islands is more than 10 times as high as it is in the U.S. So you should be proud to be an American, but don't you dare be proud to be from that murderous place. I'm done speaking, ML.
So listen, so Joe, there is what you call if you look at the law
information when I first,
because it's you just pay. That's about the only thing, depends on what state you're coming from.
No, actually it's the opposite. The federal taxes you pay directly to what y'all do go to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yes, that's the mirror system. But it's but Joe, it's identical to the federal taxes.
But it doesn't go to the federal government. It doesn't go into the general fund. Y'all suck money. The U.S. Virgin Islands sucks money out of the federal government. However, they don't pay into it.
Yeah, that's the reality of it.
It's essentially ML's philosophy out of Muslim, right?
He's self-interested. I'd like to be put.
Let's hear it, Alistair. Follow up.
Created a new house. It's called the Progressive Movement or Progressive Movement, and it's my opinion that it's just a tax scam because I'm witnessing it real time here live with our mayor in Chicago, who's going on television and a presser and saying we need to tax racist white people a black tax for reparation. Tipping is connected to slave when he doesn't even know that it's an acronym, which means to improve performance and service. You should be tipped if you got a great attitude and your customers like you. I recently got a phone call from a baker and he was screaming at me in the voicemail. And I've also come to the conclusion that I might be one of the most annoying people who have ever lived. And I hope one day to have patriotic children who will also become one of the most annoying people who have ever lived, because we need annoying people to question authority, think for ourselves, and stop letting people like ML fill your ears with his waste of time lies. These are all progressive movement lies. The progressive movement doesn't deal with our national deficit. The progressive movement doesn't deal with the fact that we're spending $7 trillion a year, collecting $5 trillion, and we have a $40 trillion mortgage with a $100 billion a month mortgage payment. I'm looking at this from a pragmatic American, patriotic, financial perspective, which is really, we need to talk about the books. Too many people want to talk about political politics and all this bullshit. Wasting time. Let's talk about the books, baby. The books is the truth, as they like to say. And the truth that at your birth and at your death, you'll question whether Clubhouse was worth it. To waste your time listening to guys like ML. I rest my case. I am complete.
Look, I gotta follow. It's not surprising that ML is as progressive as he is. I mean, the U.S. Virgin Islands did not even become a territory until the famous progressive president we've ever had, Woodrow Wilson, accepted them into the Union. And now we find out how much of a tax they are on our country, how much benefits they actually they get from being part of our country where they don't pay into them. However, they extract money out of the general. It makes sense where ML is coming from now. ML, Virgin Island residents, do they have a Woodrow Wilson Day for?
He's our favorite president.
He's your favorite president. Exactly.
No, we don't have a Woodrow Wilson Day. We don't have a progressivism.
He was joking.
He's not joking. I mean, it might be tongue in cheek. It makes a lot of sense why ML is so progressive. It's dad him to support him.
What about the Republicans? What did they have a role in this? Trying
to change the conversation, Spartan. We're clearly discussing U.S. Virgin Island politics right now. ML made a big point about it.
Joe was kind enough to say that I wasn't a heritage.
I still hold to that. You're not. You're like an adopted in our. Don't share the same interests as I do. And there's a lot of reasons why you don't share the same interests. I mean, being raised in an island territory that good hard working Americans pay into, and we don't get to benefit from, makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense when the most progressive president in history of America is the one that actually adopted y'all into the Union. And look, I get it. If I was to when I asked you the question about sell it to us, which was good, economic. The reason what you should say is, look, it's a great strategic defensive position for America to hold that spot in that location because it allows us.
Well, we don't want y'all moving down there. We don't want y'all moving down there, especially y'all hillbillies.
Just not me, right?
We don't want y'all corrupting our beautiful island.
Give it time.
I don't need
starvation.
I am also a fan of starvation, and that's where I learned about Thomas Massey before he became a congressman. And Thomas Massey is an excellent lecture about how corrupt and fiscally irresponsible the U.S. government is, and how they are completely infiltrated by special interest lobbyists. And also all the law breaking they do. And Thomas Massey is probably the only patriot we have. He's busy growing peaches on a self-sustainable farm at a house that he built by himself because he's an MIT graduate and a goddamn genius. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of Maxine Waters. It just fucking ruined everything. I'm complete thanksgiving. It's a little comical relief. It doesn't take things so seriously here at Clubhouse. And we can't wait to watch the documentary, and then we can discuss it, and then we can also maybe watch a room with Jordan Peterson. Do you think we can listen to a Jordan Peterson film soon? Oh, she got a phone. Come on.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
Favorite producer.
Hello? The greatest. I wouldn't say the greatest. I don't know. He's always greatest people.
Everybody's greatest for that. Trump's the greatest. Every mediocre person that runs in this circle is the greatest. I don't understand that, the logic in that.
I don't trust any of the government, anybody in the government. Democrats suck, Republicans suck, everybody sucks.
Well, there you go. And do you have like 30 seconds to go on a private with serendipity and we got some new information about Clubhouse to go through?
This is just you and I, sir.
Well, if it's my room to run, y'all better be on your best behavior.
There we go.
So much to say, I'm out. Nothing else to push back with now.
Oh, what? I'm working.
What are you working on?
I'm getting what my house is ready for rent.
How to extract more money from hardworking Americans, right?
And it's kind of therapeutic. I like painting, so I did a painting myself.
Do you only rent to left wing?
I rent to people who have fucking good credit. 700 and above credit. I don't go below that.
You don't discriminate against for their political beliefs?
No, because the area I live in, there's no models. This house is located in this area because models can't afford to live there.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yeah, but in Miami?
No, it's not, but models don't live in this particular city.
Yeah, what part of Florida is it?
It's not, I'm not in Florida.
Okay.
I never met a MAGA before.
What? You just Joe was just talking.
We've never met. Yeah, but we've never met. It doesn't refute his point. Never.
Nobody with an IQ about 95 still supports MAGA.
Can you mod me again? Or you want to mod the YouTube?
No, I will not be modding anybody. I am good enough to mod by myself. I don't need anyone else to mod.
Are you dictator?
Yes. I am the assigned dictator to the President Trump Club right now. Once in a while, we need a good dictator.
A good dictator. We have a good and bad dictatorship.
No Navy, no Air Force, no leadership. Why don't we even start this war in the first place? Just I don't care if it's valuable, it's just restating it.
Some people
I don't know much about this
on Iran right now is they've closed the Strait of Hormuz again. There's reports of several ships attacked in the Strait by Iran. So that's where it is today.
No, not Iran. Iran, of course. I think the president needs to be
You gonna make fun of how I speak? Don't even start. That's like to pot calling the kettle black.
That was funny. It really was.
Mom, dear, I haven't said anything about your accent yet. Don't start on my accent.
But I tell the name of the countries correctly because that is a diplomatic interference.
You don't like when I call it Kitover, Iran?
Because you sometimes intentionally it is being used because Iran means
you're feeling you're very in tune with it's jazz by trolling people by framing things certain ways. So yes, your feeling is accurate. Your read is correct.
Exactly, I know it. Thank you for your confirmation. It is very good to confess.
It's nice when we can just be genuinely honest about that. We share. You pick up on these certain things that people subtle jabs and troll. I do want to call out Adams for a hell of a troll job he did last night to Pepe. I don't even think Pepe knew you were. I mean, you were telling that man to dance for nickels, bro. I was like, entertain me, Pepe, entertain me. And I don't even think he caught on.
You just don't like me. All the other moderators likes me, especially some of them.
Don't start begging, Peter. I've already made my ruling.
Yes, I know. I am just protesting.
Are you Iranian?
Yes, I'm Iranian.
Are you testing your country?
No, because if
you can't protest in your country, you protest in here. Only people that have the right to protest can protest in this.
I came all this way, half the way around the world to be able to speak on these stages and survive. Be able to speak freely and enjoy that. You say that it's like, what the hell?
That was a good argument. Let me ask you, Peter, what is it like living under pure tyranny like the Iranian government? Maybe you could share that.
Yes, it is disastrous because now it is for 2.5 years I am in Germany and I compare each and every law with people. And that is some kind of depressing, but I do some meditations to be able to overcome the situation, to be able to tell my countrymates my experiences later. Because there is a huge misunderstanding of a lot of issues that is laughable, but can cause serious damages that exaggerate.
You consider yourself heritage Persian?
Of course I went to a school and studied Persian from the first class of primary school to teach the level that I resigned, and I got admission from Tehran to Technical University of Berlin. So everything is between Iran and Germany.
So from someone on the ground, in your perspective, what necessarily was the turning point and what went wrong in Iran?
The most turning point during the last 47 years was one of the biggest weaknesses in my mind was that the replacement of the officials was always based on the biases and relationships and connections and all the people who were
leading the country before the revolution became retired one by one, and they were substituted with a person who did not know shit about the rights of that organization from the main organization. And they fucked the whole government, and it was a gradual process, sometimes accelerated by change of governments like Ahmadinejad, but it was always different. The retirees was replaced by dumbasses, and they even know themselves. The previous officials could, for example, speak in English, and they learned that 50 years ago. What recent was, they cannot even talk Persian correctly, you know? They cannot learn a second language, and they just go to universities, take the degree to take more salaries. You can see for yourself. I am not thinking you can see that if they were participating in university to study or to take more salaries and, for example, to take a better promotion. Just the title was important for them, not the targets that you need to acquire that title. They wanted to say to family members that I am, for example, minister, say assistant of minister. They did not say what they achieved. It was not. It was never questioned. What is your achievement? Sorry if I was out of the circle.
Let me just try and paraphrase it to some degree. I might have missed a couple parts, but largely speaking, was a framework in the background that elevated people levels of status based on who they know rather than based on merit. And that's what you recognized as the thing went wrong. And that's kind of like in America that say, well, it's their turn. Like it was her turn to take over the presidency in 2016, right? That there's this framework that doesn't have, where the people don't have any say in it, but it's the party structure or the party power that gets to elevate who's next in line to take power.
Yes, I agree partially with you, because after the disastrous Islamic Revolution, they tried to form some kind of parties. However, it was unsuccessful attempts, because the supreme leader has always saw them as their competitors, and he extraordinary powers that could, for example, make them overruled and kick them out of the scene. For example, in 2009, one of the main movements because of the presidential, because the supreme leader was jealous to the nominee. It was heresy. And the whole, if you remember, that election in 2009, president of the United States. And it was one of the elections after the most percentage of people participated into that to help Ahmadinejad to become president, to stop the disease was going in, leading the country. And for that purpose, the Supreme other nominee, because they had other jealousy with each other and things. He put him in the house prison. He prisoned him into his own house while he was the, for example, person who had the most vote out of that election. This kind of leadership is some kind of old school leadership. For example, when you see football matches, they played with 3-5-2 during the time that there was no rule of offside, because the last defender could have saved the balls that was passed from the other players. Because nowadays, if that player stays there, he's in offside. The supreme leader is in offside nowadays, but they insist that we need the supreme leader to be in offside, because It is like Islam. So I'm sorry.
Hey Joe, to answer your question about what things go wrong in Iran, I can say to be tolerant about they said Shah was a dictator back then, but if you see what he was forcing to stop, it was first of all he was had the communists there's four groups, one communist Russia and USSR was forcing in Afghanistan, those other stuff. After that, there was in Iraq was and then there's Arab nationalists he was trying to stop, and then some mullahs, lefties, inside of Iran was trying to overbend by disagreeing with the Shah to say, oh, blah blah blah, they want to have a different opinion. So these four things he was trying to stop, and then in the same time, leftist agenda in U.S. like Carter's was trying to push tolerance and all this other stuff, and then media from back then they had the whole Shah was dictator. So if you see the whole group, and they messed up the country so bad that after Shah left, he was mentioning the world's gonna know. If you destroyed Iran as a stronghold back then, the Arab Spring and all those crazy extremists, and then all this other stuff is gonna happen in the Middle East. I see it's the place when it goes wrong.
That was a real good take on it. Hold it together for me.
So, will America own Cuba? If so, why? If not, why?
Now, issue is Iran. I think that Cuba is the other way of the world.
I don't the other way around. That's why I asked.
Yes, I think that if you go to the core of Earth from Iran, then find the place to the other side, it would be Cuba. Yes, we have.
Okay, I agree with you, but I'm not sure why. I'm really not sure. And I have family that is in the military that are cryptos. So I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
It depends on the people of Cuba. They are so open to stop the tyranny, and then the exiles basically they're tired to be left alone. Hopefully we can get North Korea back too. That would be great. So if we can.
So will Marco work
just saying about Marco.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Marco has been dreaming about this since he was like a baby. I saw a video of Marco 10 years ago talking about Cuba. And finally he's the Secretary of State of the United States. And I think the Pentagon is doing a plan to take over Cuba militarily if they don't agree with the deal with Marco Rubio. But yeah, Cuba is next. After they're done with Iran, it's going to be Cuba. But Iran is going to be settled one way or another. We're going to bomb Iran tomorrow or the next day, whatever. Because I just saw General Raisin Kane. He went to the White House today on a Saturday. It's Sunday here, but it's Saturday in the United States. And Trump is currently right now in the skiff, as you know. But I think Cuba's done. It's just a matter of time. It's like the last days of Maduro. Most of the trash, Joe. And then he was kicked out, I think. And they're going to deal with that. But yeah, there's no way Maduro is going to be Secretary of State in the United States not doing it. So Cuba's done.
I agree, but it didn't seem to be the sentiment of the room, so I wanted to flush that out.
I don't know what the sentiment
really think a Cuban American that got kicked out from his family in Cuba is not going to do something about a terrorist communist government? He just declared the Prime Minister of Nicaragua a terrorist today. Marco Rubio did that. Marco Rubio is focused on the Western Hemisphere, and that's why one of the aircraft carriers is still there. And after they get done with Iran, the other aircraft carriers are going to go to Cuba, and there's nothing Cuba can do about it. You know, either they make a deal or they get the Venezuela treatment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to take out who filled in for Castro.
Cuba.
Bro, they're gonna dismantle the Cuban government, bro.
I mean, it's on the agenda. It's happening. They're already signaling to us that it's going to go down.
And I think, I'm not sure, but I think,
Go ahead, Joe.
so it's kind of interesting to watch.
You witnessing history, Joe.
Well, look, like it or not, when Trump's done his presidency, the things you agreed or disagreed with what he did, he will have completely changed not only the politics in America, but the geopolitics across the entire world. He's just cutting out these groups that have been nuisances for the last 5 decades, 6 decades. So
it's true, Joe. And you know what's even funny, Joe? He told Vance to fire J.D. Vance's. No, he told Vance to fire Tucker Carlson's son in his office. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. But that's, Vance and Rubio are a dynamic team, and it's going to be.
What I did see today, and I watched it live, was Trump signed some, I think it was executive order.
It was with Joe Rogan and stuff, right?
He was with Joe Rogan, and they're going to start regulating the pharmaceutical medication much stronger now. And it's all about how many people have died. And look, I'm sure there's someone here, if you're an American, that knows someone or knows of someone in your life that has either suffered from addictions from pharmaceutical medication or even died. And it is definitely an epidemic in our country. One point general point I want to make about this is you have to understand how our system actually works. It's all about the Overton window. It's all about pushing conversations one direction or the other. And while Trump may not actually stop income tax for 90% of the Americans, he's got the ball started. While he may not solve the addiction to pharmaceutical medication, he's the first president in my lifetime to address it. And it takes this and then generations that follow him to continue pushing these ideas so we eventually make a more perfect union in the future. It's not perfect now, and Trump won't accomplish all of these things. However, it will be up to us to take these issues and carry them forth and continue to champion them into the future. And that's really how the system works. It doesn't all get solved in one term or even one generation. And each generation that comes along has different ideas. Some want more regulation, some want less. So over a period of time, though, decades and centuries, it's supposed to correct itself.
Hey, by the way, when you see a service member on the street or whatever, take the time to thank them for their service and really mean it, because right now what's going on with this stuff in Iran, all of these guys want to be there and all that stuff, and so it's one of those things where and we know probably everybody in this room knows somebody on this app that is might be going through PTSD, or might be going through some shit, addiction for whatever reason. And the one thing that they really need is just support. say, hey, I remember I was at, where was I? I was at TJ Maxx, and there was a service member, a black girl of all things, and she had a uniform on, and so I thanked her for her service. I said, well, you're welcome, thank you. And it's just, and that's all it takes.
Thanks, I like that. I like that a lot, especially given this documentary that I just watched this morning.
Which one? Yeah.
The Heritage, the Palestine Courage, Matt Wilmeyer's story. In November of 2020, he wrote a letter to his command saying, hey, look, the person in charge of my base is pulling leadership into his office, showing them Trump's cabinet and saying, what's wrong with this picture? After Trump said, well, there were DEI trainings in the military, that it's divisive, that it's cancer, that it promotes people to segregate and separate instead of focus on the mission. And then he got fired. I wrote a book about it. A pastor was inviting, a black pastor was inviting black soldiers to attend book readings and critical race theory conversations. He wanted to present to the congregation his Race in America. And Matt had to leave his pension behind and was fired from the military because he wrote a book about, hey, this is not okay. We've abandoned meritocracy in the name of identity politics. It's a very good documentary, about an hour and 20 minutes long.
What's the name of it, Monica? I love those.
There's a link in the chat. Heritage Foundation is offering it free for the next 24 hours. You can watch it on X. It's got multiple millions of views.
You said you played it on your replay, Mom?
Yeah, it should be the last replay on my bio. I pause it every once in a while for station identification to let people know that you didn't get anything from it. So you will hear a couple of my rants about the pastor actually telling him that black people can't be racist, and my total resentment of the infantilization of my fellow Americans. How can you say that? You're denying people the full range of human emotion. Of course people can be bigoted. Of course people can be race prejudiced no matter what their skin color is. It's a mental illness, not a...
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, like, to be fair, why the pastor is saying that, it's like, in the second world...
Another one, the white man.
Wait. It's, to be fair though, in the Second World War, the U.S. did not recognize a single medal on a black soldier until Bill Clinton did it. I think it was like 1993 or something else like that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I look back to it. They were offered the Service Cross or whatever it is. That's the second highest honor. It wasn't even the Medal of Honor. Because the U.S. won the Second World War with the segregated armed forces. It happened in Australia. There was actually a big fight in Brisbane with U.S. soldiers because Australian soldiers are like, why the fuck are you racist to other people? I love America. But I'm just saying, like, it's just a thing of the past. So you don't get to be upset when black soldiers are like, oh, well, we had historical terrible things happen to us, sort of thing. So, like, the Heritage Foundation, their boss had to actually apologize. I think it was like in February, correct me if I'm wrong, because he didn't even stand up against anti-Semitism. It took Bill Clinton in 1992 to address the wrongs of the past. Like, how don't you recognize a single black soldier of honor? And then they had to really remove their graves and put them in Arlington, where the fallen are arrested. They
Trump is terrible. But the thing is, like, you have to understand why it happened in the first place, you know?
I agree. Big chick. You do have to know why it happened. But so when your correlation with the Heritage Foundation, Vita, it was, I think it was not just February, I think it was a few months before that. Why he...
you know what I'm talking about, right? It was like early January or something.
Yeah, but what he was defending was the right of people in the right wing to have a difference of opinion regarding Israel, and to have Tucker Carlson, what he was referencing primarily, and that he's excommunicate them from the right wing, and we should all honest debate about it. And so the leader of the Heritage Foundation wasn't just dismissing it. What he was saying is we need to allow the debate.
All right. So I wanted to find out what was going on.
If you're a man,
and I said to go after Joe.
Go ahead, Mike.
So it's rare that H-Tech and I disagree. So I always am excited because that means he's seeing something that I missed and I want to pay attention to it. And H-Tech and I have the ability to agree and disagree civilly. So I put in the chat a 6 H-Tech. You need to
Monica, it's rarely that I disagree with you. That's my problem.
I know. But we have a clubhouse friendship that will rise above disagreement. So we can handle it. So in the chat is a blog post about exactly what the head of the Heritage Foundation apologized for. He apologized in November because of a video he released defending Tucker Carlson's friendly October interview with Nick Fuentes. Now, Tucker got scrutiny from pretty much everybody that he softballed an interview with Nick Fuentes. He made him seem open, charming, and commonsensical when we know Nick Fuentes is a troll. So but Roberts pushed back against the calls to cancel Carlson because Harrison Maynard believes in free speech. Now he recants his defense of Tucker Carlson because he realized that Tucker presenting Nick Fuentes without severe scrutiny, it was insulting to people. He did refuse to resign. So, people, I can defend Nick Fuentes' right to exist. I can recognize his humanity while also saying that his jokes are causing people to hate Jewish folks, and I don't like that. So that's the scandal that was the Heritage Foundation, and I don't think it diminishes this documentary in any way. I invite people to look at the documentary, the link I reposted in the chat. And H-Chat, what do you say to all that?
The documentary is fine. I'm fine with the documentary and everything, but after that, I was like, the Heritage Foundation, maybe it's just like making a comeback or whatever. But I've never liked the Heritage Foundation. They always, I think in Trump's first term, they were the ones that were like, oh, put Amy Coney Barrett in the Supreme Court. Terrible Supreme Justice. Look what you're dealing with now with her in the court. And Kavanaugh and everything. Like, I'm like, these were advised by the Heritage Foundation. And even Trump said, you know what Trump said? He's like, these people in the Heritage Foundation deceived me. And they gave him justices that are now pretty much liberal. Look, you have to deal with this nonsense now, And it's like the Heritage Foundation to me, it's like an old school liberal, the Reagan type, So it's like I'm a bit like suspicious of that organization. I could be wrong, Monica, but it's like that organization makes it fully suspicious, of that gentleman's doing.
Close, but you missed some details on it. So the group to attribute Amy Coney Barrett's rise is a judicial group called the Federalist Society. This group this group is a Washington Republican country club group. They're not grassroots, right-wing populist activists. And it largely does counter populist right-wingers' positions on economic issues. And oftentimes, they definitely federalist positions that are more pro-corporation than pro-people. And that is definitely a blemish on America and on Trump. Now, the Heritage Foundation, founded in around 1980, it was with the rise of Reagan, but they did have a realignment after Trump's first term. There were a lot of groups that were resistant of Trump's influence coming into the party. They were one of them. However, in his second term, they helped Trump vet many of the people that were going to work in many of the underling positions throughout the federal government. Because Trump, look, like it or not, when he was elected in 2016, he didn't have an apparatus to get elected. The knock on Donald Trump was he wasn't ready, meaning he didn't have 3,000 people ready to appoint to certain positions, and he didn't. And he wasn't really known in political circles up to that time. And it ended up being he suffered the penalty of not 2016 Trump was that he was not a politician. And that was one of his attraction to many grassroots voters, is because he wasn't a politician. I mean, you can't get anything done in Washington, and it showed us, if you can't play the game. Well, Trump, between 2020 and 2021 and 2024, learned a lot of lessons. And there is something different about Donald Trump, and I think a lot of people, and I'll land on this, have in them, is his ability to forgive people. His ability to, people that have stabbed him, for him to open his arms and bring them back in. He never holds back punching people metaphorically. He'll also be the first one when they start doing his bidding for him, because that's how politics is. He'll bring Tucker Carlson back in the fold, just like he had Joe Rogan at the White House today. It was just a couple weeks ago, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn on, and they were cracking jokes negatively about Donald Trump. So it's something, there is a public face of these people and a private face, and we don't necessarily get to always see it.
No, I think you're 100% right. And I don't think it's not right. He's literally got back everybody who did anything to him, one by one. It's YouTube it, and they have it written out. Everybody who did some shit in the last 4 years during the Biden administration, and what he has done to them, politically, economically, business corporations, anybody who was against them. It's like somebody took notes and has literally went after all of them. That is a fucking lie. He's not a lie.
There's not enough retribution.
I don't even like the
He needs to arrest more. He needs to arrest more, BT.
Because I say no, but do y'all side. So I can be honest about this.
I mean, what does that mean if you
I like Trump,
BT.
but I'm not ready to lie and say he ain't went after nobody.
I never said he didn't go after. Hold on, BT. I never said that he didn't go after anybody. I said he punches people metaphorically in the media very hard. He also is very forgiving, not to everyone. I mean, can you understand the difference in? Can you parse between what I said?
I can parse that, but what I can't parse is you saying unforgiving Trump when he is
clearly. I mean, look at J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was anti-Trump in his first term, and he brought him in as the vice president.
Well, they made him do that. You know that, just like that.
Oh, I mean, come on. But it's my point stands, right? Oh, look, here's one that I'm not a fan of, but Lindsey Graham clearly stabbed him in the back in 2020 and 2021 and threw him under the bus, and now him and Lindsey Graham are best buddies again.
Jill, I gotta ask you you a question. Why do they call Lindsey Graham Lady G? I don't get this. Why do they call him that?
Because he's not married. He's a 70-year-old.
Because he's a fruitcake. He's a fruitcake. He's gay.
Homo.
Yeah, homo.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, he likes cock. He likes cock in his ass. Cock.
Fair enough. I never understood. I just was asking a question. I never understand that. Why?
Have you heard of Donald J. Jesus?
No. I don't know who removed her, but like I know people call Lindsey Graham Lady G, so
I run the ship a little. I run the ship a little tighter. The vibe was off. I was enjoying the back and forth with BT and UHF, and we don't need to go too far down a troll.
No, fair enough. But all I'm saying is like I saw on Twitter like 2 days ago. I think her name was like Riley Gaines. That chick that lost her like a trans person. I think she became fit and like swimming or whatever the hell she came. And she came up to Trump about when he was going up to the Pope. The Pope is an absolute disgrace, by the way. And I'm saying this as a Catholic. And he was like, she just said some bullshit about it. And I was like, Riley, like a person in like 2023. And there was like an article about Ronnie Gaines being like, DeSantis is the right man for women. These people are all fucking grifters, bro. You know? So in 2023,
I agree there.
In 2023, she was a DeSantis fan. And then she realized when DeSantis got no votes in fucking Iowa, she was back on the Trump train.
Yeah,
people
she recreated herself. Yeah. She did. But look, you brought up two figures, Riley Gaines and also the Pope. Let's talk about the Pope. I'm Catholic as well.
And I'm a Catholic.
I'm a Catholic. Well, I'm Catholic. I don't think he's stupid. But here's the part not being talked about is the economic benefit that immigration and illegal immigration, especially from South America to the United States of America, benefits the Catholic Church. I don't know the breakdown, but the Catholic, the donations that go to the Vatican, which I participate in weekly, donating to them.
I stopped my donations, bro. I stopped my donations like a year ago.
I don't give to Catholic charities, but I give to the church for sure. I don't give to Catholic charities because
I stopped doing it anymore because they're doing terrible things to people.
That's okay, but listen, the Pope is a businessman. Priests are businessmen. They run an organization in their parish. The future of the Catholic Church in America is directly related to Hispanics populating it. Like it or not, that's what it is. And the United States of America.
Thought about that. That makes a good point.
Well, yeah. Look, I'll give you what it is, and so there's a financial angle to it. It's not just the altruistic angle of like we need to be like Jesus and let be a neighbor to your immigrants. No, there's an economic issue that the Vatican has in this because the United States of America in the dollar generates the most wealth compared to anywhere else. I mean, the donations that come in from South American countries, what they get in the pesos that they give is nothing near what it is in the value of the American dollar that is given to the Catholic Church. Look, America has a problem with the white culture here. They have strayed away from where they were, away from Jesus Christ. It's easy to see. And the Catholic Church here in America has hedged their bets on that the way to swell their pews is with Hispanics, legal or illegal. They are the largest driving factor, especially in the church I go to, and I'm in Alabama. That isn't even thought of necessarily as a high destination for immigrants from South America, but we are. And so that's one angle to know about the Catholic Church, that they're but nothing against the Pope.
But the thing is about the Pope, Joe, as you know, as a Catholic, no Pope since 1950s has talked about ex cathedra. You should know about this. No Pope has spoken about, even Pope John Paul II didn't even speak about ex cathedra. He's not infallible. He only is infallible when he speaks about ex cathedra, which means church teachings and everything else like that. So this Pope getting involved, President, even, and Pope Leo XII, he was the one that said that. He was the one that saved Italy from communism and everything else like that. You know this. So this Pope, he's trying to talk about politics, and he's not even talking ex cathedra. It's a big fucking problem, and it's causing us pain worldwide. So why the hell is he going to Algeria, one of the biggest anti-Semitic countries in the whole entire planet, and he's saying that the Muslims and the Catholics and everything are in communion? What kind of retardation is this we're dealing with, Joe? You have to call out your leaders, everything else like that. He can't go to Algeria and talk this absolute nonsense and talk about Lebanon and talking about Algeria and everything else like that. This book is out of line. He's like Francis 2.0.
We should pray.
Bro.
We should pray for him. We should pray for him.
Bro, he should be praying for us, bro. What the hell are we even talking about? This pope is ridiculous, out of line. It's so upsetting and it's so annoying. I actually physically get upset. I feel sick about it when I think about what Iraq.
So, I actually, and tell me what I'm missing, because from all the things that I've looked at, I don't think that he did anything wrong.
You gotta be kidding me. He said Islam and the Catholic Church are in communion together. What the hell is so wrong about that?
As we pray for
Oh
them.
my God, I'm sick of praying for people that blow me up.
Wait, hold on. Wait, are we not supposed to pray for
I'm praying for people that are trying to blow me up, and thank you very much.
We are conscribed to.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna pray for people, Joe, that are trying to kill me, bro. Fuck that.
We pray for them to come to Christ, HX.
It's all bullshit, bro. I'm not praying for people that.
Hold on, HX. He addressed me. Hi, BT.
We don't pray for everybody anymore.
Exactly. Fuck that bullshit.
We're done with
I'm sorry that you did that. Okay,
I still do, but some people don't understand what they don't.
Alright.
I even pray for my enemies, but I'm different, right? I'm a real Christian from the South. A lot of you all are, so it's different, you know?
I think that's a few people in here from the South.
And you're wrong about this. I'm not gonna pray for people that are trying to fucking kill me. I don't care. If the Pope tells me to pray for my enemies, I don't want for my enemies. It's for my people.
Check the Gotham.
No. Don't bring up the Gotham. When the Pope is the seat of Peter.
Let me read it.
Inherited the seat of
Let me read it.
Wait.
It's very short.
What the hell?
Check. Let me read it really quick, okay? Matthew 5:44. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Luke 6:27-28. But to you who are listening, I say, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who mistreat you. Though that's from Jesus' sermon, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Not the Pope.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not Jesus, Joe. That's what I'm telling you.
No, but
I actually hate my enemies. Wait, Joe. I actually hate my enemies, and I want my enemies to die a terrible death. I'm not Jesus Christ, bro.
Well, you're still. I didn't know you were a Zoomer. I didn't know you were in your 20s. I had.
Do about it, Joe.
Well, because I had similar ideas when I was younger until I matured and got older and developed a different thing.
Are you trying to say just because of my 20s I'm retarded?
Well, no, not that you're retired. That we go. No, not at all. No, that we go through a natural maturity.
Wisdom we have because we're older, and we
well, yeah.
Your views will change the older you get.
Yeah, maybe, but right now I am
one of the hardest things to do as a Christian is to get down on your hands and knees and pray for your enemies. And that's forgive them, bro. It is very hard.
Joe, I'm just telling you, maybe you're different, but Joe, I hate my enemies, and I want all my enemies to die a very violent, terrible death. I don't like my enemies.
No, I'm not different.
And you can call me a Zuma or whatever, you know.
It's not a knock. I'm trying to relate that when I was in your age bracket, I had not reached I still struggle with it. I'm not a master. That's why I go to church. I'm not perfect at this.
What happens, Joe?
Excuse me?
I said, please educate me. What happens? Does your brain change or whatever? You start loving your enemies? Because I don't see that happening.
You have to forgive them, bro. You got to forgive them. Yeah.
What happens after you forgive your enemies?
It gives you
you don't. Yeah, it's not to carry around a burden on your shoulders that you have. You have this chip on your shoulder when you carry this animosity towards your enemy.
Whole 24-pack of chips on his shoulder. You know that variety box you buy with all the different. That's goddamn. I know. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it definitely helps alleviate that burden that you carry from that animosity towards people, and that's what we're working towards: is a more peaceful, harmonious life as we age and mature. So I'm still working on it. I'm not perfect. I struggle with it too.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Joe, like, I've listened to you for fantastic. But it's like, my enemies, I gotta get rid of my enemies. These people are sick people, and I don't understand how can you forgive? I'm not Jesus Christ.
It's not my teaching, it's Jesus' teaching, bro.
We should not equally yoke to them, so that's another thing. So
I agree. I agree with that.
Your enemies want to kill. Your enemies want to destroy. I gotta get rid of my enemies in the workplace. When I was a combat soldier, you know what I mean? I gotta get rid of my enemies. Like when I was a combat soldier, what the hell did I pray that my enemies don't shoot me?
You don't have
what
to
the hell, bro?
Joe, he went to the temple and destroyed their idols, like in it, like
exactly.
Because, so if you see, like I get it.
I don't need to be their best friend. I just need to not carry that burden on my shoulder. I need to learn to forgive them. So I'm not.
Why are you forgiving?
You only want to be with people that you're equally. You only want to surround yourself with people you're equally yoked with. I 100% agree with that. However, it's like drinking poison.
Yeah, God is not our God, so and then their God is completely different. So.
But do you pray for the people that have not found Jesus Christ?
No, I don't care.
Oh, well.
I'm being honest. What do you want me to say? I pray for people that haven't found Jesus Christ. I'm just telling you the honest truth. That's what I believe.
I can tell you on Good Friday service, I just got up and down about 100 times, up and down on my knees to pray for people that have not found Jesus Christ, for people that rejected Jesus Christ. So I do pray for the Pope, and I do pray for a lot of people that I don't necessarily align with, and I even pray for Democrats, believe it or not.
But Joe, let me tell you, you know what the first thing we did in South Sudan when we got independence? The first thing we did, we deported every single Muslim in our country. You want to know why, Joe? Because we know we don't want to deal with terrorism, suicide bombings, blowing up, hijacking, everything else like that. And the whole world didn't give a shit because we're not Jewish people. But the first thing my government did, we deported all of them because we don't want these terrorists in our country, Joe. Does that make us terrible Christians, or does that make us
not at all?
I know Augustine did the same thing. Ignatius, same thing, and other people. We people, bro. It's like the IGC and all these terrible people. You pray away murder, bro.
No, you pray for the Holy Spirit to fill them, so these type of actions are not become more prevalent. It's the belief in the Holy Spirit's power.
Yes, we pray in all things, but that's totally different.
Well, but Jesus deporting. I can support deporting them while also praying for them. I don't understand why I can't do both.
Based on the actions should be important, not based on the belongings, right?
Their status. If they're here illegally in America, I'm not advocating deportation. However, I do have some grievances towards the anchor baby issue that we have, or birth tourism.
But the thing is, Joe, let me tell you something.
But I don't hold it against them.
Alabama, she's an American South Sudanese woman from Alabama. Yeah. So let's say like she gets pregnant or whatever, my kid automatically become an American just because she's an American.
That's a good question.
You know what I mean?
Where was your child born? Where was your child born? What country?
In America. Does that make him an American?
If your child was born in America, he's got a birth certificate, or she?
No, I'm saying if my missus, because we're planning to have children, and she's like, oh, I want to have babies in the United States, so they become an American. How the hell is that fucking legal?
HA. Try when she's look, I'm gonna tell you what they do. When she gets around closer to her due date, schedule a visa trip here.
Yeah, but because she's an American citizen herself, so I can just go there whenever.
So you get your child once her child's here, then we have what's called a chain migration, where you can then file to be an American citizen because your wife and your child is an American citizen.
But I can already file to become an American citizen, but I'm not doing it just yet because I'm busy. But I can eat.
Cool. But you definitely want your child to be born in America.
Why are your laws so terrible? Anybody can go to America.
Because we have Democrats.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Because we have Democrats. Look, and we have do-nothing Republicans on the other side of it. We have Republicans that they stick their head in the sand and they don't really address anything when they're in power. And then we have Democrats that do address things. However, it's usually an agenda for their own power in what they address it for. So,
the Republicans are fucking useless. You have the House, the Senate, the White House, and they don't even pass. They can't even pass the Save America Act. Voter ID.
They have been useless for a long time. But
what's the thing on the Save America Act?
It's got no traction to get past the Mitch McConnell wing of the Senate, and it does not seem like even if he was to call
John Clooney is horrible, and I'm not even American.
I agree, he is horrible, but I think where the issue is, they don't even have 50 votes to pass it. Here's the idea that we're gonna put it through on throw out the filibuster rule, and we're gonna push it through. We don't even have a simple majority vote. I think it comes up to like 44 or 45. They got Thune to agree. He signed on when he already knew it wouldn't go through. And the Mitch McConnell wing's just holding strong. Lisa Murkowski, what's the other woman's name? It's just slipping my mind right now. But that's
you talking about the one from Maine?
Tom Tillis. Yeah. Lisa Murkowski.
What's her
name? Susan Collins.
Collins, that's it. Yeah.
Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis, from North Carolina and Mitch McConnell.
Tom Tillis is such a fucking bitch. The only reason he's talking like this is because he already resigned from the Senate the one country.
Yeah, he's out. Well, he lost his clout. So at this period in time, his vote's up for sale, and the corporate wing or the country club wing of the Republican Party is where he caucuses with. Clearly, he's got his given to him when he does leave office for him to gum up and muck up this situation. So it's kind of how politics works. It's a dirty business.
I can't stand Tom Tillis, and that Senate seat is going to be taken by the Democrats. Who's that Democrat that's running in North Carolina? That guy never loses elections. He loses an election in his entire life.
I forget his name right now, but no, it could. Things aren't looking well.
The Democrats are going to win that Senate seat, bro. Like, who's the guy's name? Was the former governor?
Trump needs to address policy over the next 6 months, and on top of that, he's going to have to deploy federal law enforcement like ICE, like the U.S. Marshals, like the Border Patrol, like DHS officers to districts that are going to be areas where they'll swing the election and try to prevent illegals from voting in those elections. So be prepared. That's why the Democrats are putting up this big stink. Trump's banking on a low turnout, and I have seen where a low turnout can end up being won by the sitting president. We saw this when Obama was in office, where even though Obama...
No, but Obama never won a midterm, ever.
They held on for the Senate. No, they held on to the Senate.
Yeah, but not the House. They always lose.
Not the House. They lost out in 2010 because of the Tea Party rise. And then to counter that, though, the big thing was the low turnout. And that also, there's always a...
Joe, let's be honest. No president ever wins. The only reason George W. Bush won the midterm is because of 9/11 and the war in Iraq. He's the only president since 1945 to win a midterm. No president, not even...
Yeah, here in modern times.
Wait. Let me just say
they did it in the late 20th century.
No, it's only...
Hold on, A-check.
I'm just want to say something real quick.
I like to have dialogue.
Brother. Give me 10 seconds, please. Even President Reagan, he won 49 states and still lost the midterms, which is crazy.
Yeah, okay, but there's answers to that. They definitely in the 20th century, the Democrats gone to the House from 1954 to 1994. A couple different Republican, well, actually three different Republican presidents. Four different Republican presidents over that period of time, largely attributed to the ruling that's about to come up in front of the Supreme Court, where House districts have to be divided out according to racial demographics. Now that's up in the Supreme Court. They're going to rule on it. It does appear that at least the way the tea leaves are reading, is that the Supreme Court's going to overturn that. That'll be
Amy Coney Barrett has two Haitian.
Look, Let me finish my point. Okay? Before you jump to the conclusion, it does appear like it's going to get overruled. If this does occur, Republicans will pick up 12 seats just in the Southeast. If they follow through, if those state legislators follow through with pushing through new maps. This is a big deal because that law in place allowed the Democrats to hold on to the House for 40 years in the time frame that you raised. So there's a lot of dynamics that can still play out and change over the next few months. However, at the moment, Trump's focus on geopolitics is not benefiting the enthusiasm of his base.
Yeah, but that's in November. The Supreme Court is not going to overturn that law in the South, especially Amy Coney Barrett with her two Haitian kids. That's never going to happen.
Let's make a friendly bet.
If you win, if I lose, I will donate $1,000 to U.S. Marine Corps, like.
That ain't a friendly bet. $1,000.
Just to like no.
You know, I live in America. That's expensive. Oh, I got a phone call coming in. Hold on, we'll take this.
Alright, bro.
Okay, so Richard, Certinki, and Cesare, welcome to the stage. Do you guys want to add to the room? Yeah.
All right. Hey, chat. Joe might get $10 on bet. You want? I'd actually want Joe to lose the bet. That's pretty cool. But maybe a little more reasonable bet would be in order.
Fair enough. I love the U.S. Armed Forces, the veterans. They're the best of the best.
They saved your life, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yeah, forever thankful. Yeah. I love America. Wait. They're great people. I love the U.S. Marines. I love the American Armed Forces. These people are like saints.
Oh, wait, no problems, mate.
Go ahead, Cesare. I'm done.
Thank you. What about Netanyahu? People saying, because I was very optimistic if you open to different dialects, because I'm not American. I'm not even.
Who is the best prime minister Israel ever had in the entire history?
That's all right. What about different dialects?
What about the dialects?
You mean different opinions, different lenses on topics?
No. I don't want to define with anybody's opinion. Seriously, I just want to share mine.
I believe you don't care about anybody's opinion but yours. I do.
No. I'm from the country that somebody may.
I don't care.
This may be a nice question to hear, actually. If I could make somebody guessing where I'm originally from. No?
He's from Israel.
No? No.
Balkan, Bosnia.
I appreciate your love of censoring yourself. Where in the world is Waldo? But you're returning my patience.
Anybody from places in the world, they call it Lechia? Is anybody knows about it?
Lechia is from Romania.
Lechia? Lekistan.
What?
Bro. Let me. I don't care if you're from Timbuktu. What's your point in contribution?
I'm from Poland, yes.
Okay, that's great. So what else?
I got born.
Good. You want a cookie?
Sorry.
You want a cookie for being in Poland? Like, what's your point? What's your contribution to the content and the topic of the room?
The lights and cookie enjoy.
I'm asking to be put on the table and to be acknowledged that I have requested.
Okay, so.
Yeah. What the hell was the fucking point of you saying you're from Poland? Like we give a fuck. What the hell?
Hold on.
He was asking where he was from. So.
Okay, so what?
Exactly.
He wanted to Hold on.
Okay, so I could not hear Monica's question of what his contribution was to the room because everyone else kind of talked over him. So we're going to go back to Cesare. And go ahead. So what was your contribution? Perfect. Nothing?
Just checking because somebody just muted me, but never mind. I think people enjoy it.
Sir, to give you room to speak.
You know, I hold the many stages before here on the Clubhouse.
Oh, the hostage? Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Oh. Sorry?
Terrible.
Sorry?
It's horrible.
This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue and not forgotten. There are other people on the stage. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
I'll put him in a straight jacket like he belongs. Good morning, Dina. Good afternoon.
I will suggest you to
gastric bypass surgery, Monica. If you want to put me in a straight jacket, gastric bypass surgery. Or you just not going to pizza hut 3 days a week, or Subway, or Chipotle every day. It's up to you, Monica. You got to be your own advocate.
You don't even know what she looks like.
Hold on now. Look, I noticed the man left the room and everyone got out of control. I'm about to leave again. I just came to finish the bet. I didn't want to walk out. Hey, check, I got a phone call. I really did. But I've come back to finish the bet. And then, I'll let y'all go down because I won't be here to listen to it. But here's the friendly bet, okay? 1,000, okay, depending upon, and let me get the specific name of it so you know what it is. U.S. Supreme Court about to rule on race-based House districts.
Yeah, the one in the southeast, the one that was gonna get struck down. Yeah.
Okay, it's called. Here's what it is. I just want to get the right name of it. The key pending case is Louisiana versus Callis, Callais. Could be Callis. Which directly addresses whether states can intentionally create additional majority black districts. Okay. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which they're talking about overturning. Here's the bet. Friendly bet. $1,000 if it goes in my favor in the sense of what we've chosen, because, that they do overturn it. They strike that from Rule 2. That I'll donate $1,000 to the Catholic Church. And
just give it to the veteran. I'm sick of the Catholic Church.
No,
it's the immigrants.
We're both Catholics, okay?
I know.
I think it'd be a good friendly bet. If it happens that they uphold it, Rule 2, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it does not get overturned, that you would donate $1,000 to it could be the Catholic Church or Catholic Church charities. I want to donate it to the church, not the charities, but maybe you'd rather go to charities.
I want to go to like a veterans organization, something, not. Right now, I'm a big the Pope, and I'm salty with the Catholic Church.
I know, and I'm trying to bring you back in, bro, like a good Catholic.
Okay, we'll shake hands on that. And then I'll send you a screenshot of doing it. I always honor my hands.
I'd like to join the discussion. Project loves to talk for hours on the satellite. Flight not to be forgotten. I will be succinct. I'd like to put me in the queue.
Wait. I actually lost the bet with, I think it was like, who was it?
He was not Yahoo.
No, wait. I actually lost the bet with Norm one time, actually. And I had to pay like $800 to some organization. And I was a screenshot of it. I always honor my bet. It was a quarter, so if that happens, I'll do it and I'll show you.
That $1,000 to the Catholic Church, it ultimately benefits us in the long run.
Yeah, bro. I want to do it anyway, yeah.
All right, cool. Y'all have at it now.
Joe, have a great time. My husband have a phone on. Hey, guys. You can buy something to you, man.
Hey, everybody. This is my... I'd like to request 60 seconds of my time.
Only in Alvin and Zari, just so we can laugh on me.
Aleister Crowley does not get to speak or be put into the queue. Everybody gets to go before Aleister.
Are you you oppressing Alice Charlie, Dima?
Alice is just so cringe. That's the problem. You know,
In support of Begonia
Say what I got to get back to the bus now. I got to get back to the line because I'm trying to preserve some time. And this disrespect.
I'm saying that
It's terrible, right? That's the truth. I'm complete.
Jessica, I'm saying that I'm sending you to the nursery. Okay, and if you come back when
Oh, I thought you meant into.
So bad.
Eric,
All right, moderators, I will request again 60 seconds of your precious time that you think is so valuable. I'm requesting 60.
Yes, and your request will be accepted once a Begonia dossier has been acquired.
That's right. So I bought hydrangeas yesterday.
But I'm just trying to be polite. Seconds of your
Please, better microphone, please.
Alice, it's cringe as fuck. We're trying to have a conversation, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
I know. Let a second. Ooh.
They're really
conversation, but I can't seem to join the conversation. Therefore, I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. For God's sake, you must spend 6 hours a day talking on this app, and I can't say 60 seconds a month. For God's sake, Object, stop saying cringe, horrible, and terrible. Try to learn some new English words.
Because I don't want to hold you hostage, I will accept 20 seconds, no less, 20 seconds, okay, Alistair, of the Begonia Psalm.
Request what I said.
No, you have to say, I'm going to be entire.
No. And what you're doing is very I will be succinct, and I will be complete.
Say the deepest person today, hold to count of 3.
Gastric bypass surgery.
Count to 3.
I was scared to sound somebody.
I'm gonna put my underwear and post that on Instagram.
Terrible.
I'm gonna show everybody my ass and all those downward dogs and look at my shirt.
I would suggest to invest in it.
I'm gonna dock friends in a replay and not delete the replay so there's stress on Thanksgiving.
I love phones and I love radiation.
I don't understand anything.
People who don't know Clubhouse more should remain on mute while people cathartic with their grievances against Kitover.
I'm a Jew and I control the world and I'm trying to take over the world and I want to live everywhere.
All these people who want to jump in and be relevant.
Richard, I
harass women by being obnoxious and annoying all the damn time.
Okay, kitchen.
I said, Richard, I got clipped. Oh, I signed up because of 5 days.
You ruined it.
No, I got clipped. And I didn't even say anything. I said, I left Papa for 5 days. 55 with my brother. I logged back in on Clubhouse. And I was fucking clipped. I didn't even talk for 5 days. I'm like, oh,
you were supposed to sing when you said that, bro. You were supposed to sing. You fucked it up.
Yeah,
what you saying? You fucked it up.
You killed the
I'm not fucking sick.
I'm just wondering, do you think there's like white flakes near the sides of your mouth or something? Like, yeah, moisturize before taking a shower. Do something other than talking to you for 8 a day. I mean, you know, are you trying to do anything productive? I know your leg is injured. Maybe you should try to moisturize. I think you need to make sure your personal hygiene's in check before you start talking about hours and say, horrible, terrible,
Elsa.
He's not even in the room. He walked out of the room, this little.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Then get roasted by Monica being at NAN and not be able to take it, so you run out the room.
Begonia song. Alice.
What is the Begonia song? I want to hear the Begonia song.
Likes to sing your new song. It's a new hit called gastric bypass surgery. It was a little something like this.
No. We have to do a song or no song. Begonia song or no song.
Would there be Ozempic for someone to take, or version of Ozempic for someone to take to make them less talkative? And could we experiment on John Kitover first?
I'm not sure if it's your microphone or if it's your language.
Sorry, no one else is complaining about my low mic except the cat because they're listening to me down there all on mute, so they actually can hear me. You should try it. You should try it. You should mute up.
John, can we get a couple seconds? Can we get a couple seconds?
Can we get a 60-second poetry reading just to cleanse the air?
We're doing 20 seconds of the Begonia song or nothing.
I don't know.
I could make a little Begonia song.
Come on. It's his home. Come on, John, get your shit together.
Honestly, I'm scarred from that.
King is here. What's up, everyone?
What's going on?
The booger. No, and I did not look like.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. What is going on?
I got flipped.
I don't know.
100% just that is so bad.
So I guess the Pope he had to clarify. He felt cornered and sad, so he said, I did not direct the tyrants speak to Trump. He said he did not.
And don't forget, not
the last real Pope was Pope John Paul II. Every single Pope after John Paul II, they're all so messed up.
And you know he was
just like me.
Well, he was a real Pope, you know? These popes are all bad.
We need a mute all because there's.
Alright, wait, we're gonna listen to what he has to say real quick.
Cesare?
Hold on. I hope everybody can hear this. We're gonna do it slightly different, but this is Trump, the Pope's response. Okay, here we go.
I would like to know.
Hold on, did you hear what I just said?
Moderator is playing a big deal for us. You're lucky I don't have the mob badge. You'd be in the group.
I don't understand.
Thank you, sir. Please read the room, sir. Wait. Okay, here we go. 50 seconds on the Pope.
Narrative that has not been accurate. There's been a certain narrative that has not been accurate in all of its aspects of the political situation created when on the first day of the trip, the President of the United States made some comments about myself. Much of what has been written since then has been more commentary on commentary, trying to interpret what has been said. Just one little example, the talk that I gave at the prayer meeting for peace a couple days ago was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the president ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting. And yet, as it happens, it was looked at as if I was trying to make again the president, which is not my interest at all.
There we go.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Did you guys hear that okay?
Yeah, wait, I heard it when you said it live.
Yeah.
As a good little Catholic kid, I heard it live.
I can't believe his English is that well. I've never actually cared or listened to the Pope because I never really give a shit about the Pope. And I know he's from Chicago, so it doesn't surprise me.
Oh, it's the first American Pope.
Yeah.
Richard.
Yeah, but he's like very. It surprised me that he's English. But yeah, good job. Thank you, Dr. Pope.
The new Pope is all full of shit. It's all.
Iran fully closed the Strait of Hormuz over U.S. blockade and fires on ships.
So they violated the deal.
It's the gay of Hormuz. It's terrible.
The standoff over the Strait. Hold on. And could you?
Yeah, so they violated the terms of conditions. So
who did?
Open. Iran.
Well, no, did.
Okay. Love you, Peter, but chill.
There is a civilian inside Iran who are too radical, and they are being led by some. Sorry,
Okay. So Iran, it was supposed to be open. So the strait was supposed to be open as of this morning, and it was not open.
Maybe somebody should read something.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Here's a fishing gun. They attacked the ship. They attacked the storage ship, and now they will pay the price. Their navy was not completely obliterated, but we will obliterate it completely.
Jack, you're annoying.
And you,
it would be nice if you could participate and give a clear explanation of what happened for the slower people in the room like me. I need to understand why, because I don't feel that Iran would just close the street without feeling that something else happened. What was the cause? Why this happened?
Okay, Matt. So I didn't want to do it because I wasn't sure what would happen. But if I pin a link, it says remove some banner, so I didn't pin a link.
It doesn't matter. Go for
What
it.
is a banner?
There's no banner put up, so it should be okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna pin this at the top, Bima, and you have a great voice if you want to read it. It's from Breitbart.
Okay, let's see. Thank you, Anne. Let's see what's on here. Hopefully we're going to get a nice timeline and a clear understanding of what happened, where the breakdown was. Okay, President Donald Trump said that the United States will not be blackmailed after the Iranian military has once again proclaimed that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed and allegedly fired on multiple vessels on Saturday. So they can't blackmail us, Trump said, noting that many international shipping firms have rerouted their traffic to purchase energy from the United States and the Gulf of America rather than the Persian Gulf. The president added that more information about the state of negotiations with Iran would be released later on Saturday. Separately on Saturday, Iran's deputy foreign minister, Saeed said that there was no date set for further peace negotiations and that both sides must agree to a framework before sitting down again.
Were you able physically?
Hold on. There was speaking from the Oval Office on Sunday morning, President Trump said that while his administration is having very good conversations with Iran, he said that the administration was trying to act a little cute. It's like these moments that I totally fall in love with Trump. Like, I could just imagine he said that the Islamist regime was trying to act a little cute, I quote, okay, by attempting to close down the Strait of Hormuz just hours after agreeing to open the critical waterway. See, I'm not clear. We hope that as soon as we can finalize that we can move on to the next step, he said on the sidelines of it comes after a spokesman for the Iranian military announced on September that Tehran would not allow safe passage for the vessels. I'm still not understanding the breakdown. The blockade has the potential to seriously wound the Iranian economy, with knowing that some of the country may be forced to permanently shut down some oil wells because they're running out of storage. Okay, so we get that. So Iran claims, let's see, Breitbart, Iran claims to have shut down the Strait of Hormuz again over U.S. naval blockade. So it sounds like there was, what I'm understanding is that there was some sort of U.S. blockade, and so Iran is saying until the blockade is lifted, that they're not going to.
It's been there for days.
I did another reason.
What did? Oh, go ahead, Anna.
No, I pinned the most recent, another recent one at the top, about the blockade.
Yeah, they're saying they're going to open. We lost our leverage. Okay, you know what? We're going to close the strait. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. The blockade is still there. So in other words, what Trump is saying is, a week ago said, hey, or 5 days ago, whatever, said, all right, any ship comes in, we're blocking it. And then they said, okay, we're opening it. Trump never said, I'm removing the blockade. So it's open. They just announced it's open, meaning they're not going to act on anyone going in and doing anything. Then they said, now it's closed. Well, yeah, sure, but Trump still has to allow a ship to go in. So it's still, it's not like Iran is still in control of the strait. They're not. They just want to flex like they are. That's all it wants. It's important to know that.
That's why it's no blockade there.
Oh my gosh, President Trump also said that Iran had agreed to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its enriched uranium from its nuclear sites at Esfahan, Fordo, and Natanz. The president said that he believed a deal with Iran could be completed in the next day or two, saying that the Iranians want to meet, they want to make a deal. I think we'll get a deal in the next day or so. The American naval blockade imposed on Iranian-linked ships has placed considerable pressure on the Islamic.
Completely focused on the things need to be put in the queue.
Okay. Where was I? With reports emerging that Iran would only have around 2 weeks before having to start permanently shutting down crude oil production because it was running out of space to store the raw fuels. Once the tanks are filled, Iran would have to shut down its oil fields, which risk long-term damage to the fields. New York Post. Okay. In addition to refusing to lift the blockade, the U.S. administration has also rejected the notion of unfreezing billions in seized Iranian funds in exchange for its uranium, and said that there would be no time frame in which Iran could start its nuclear program under any deal with Washington.
Do you really believe that once, let's say, hypothetically, if the war with Iran fails, is Israel not gonna help the country? I think, personally, I have nothing to Israel, I like America, but nothing to America, because I do not live over there. I think because they were in the war, in the conflict, for over thousands of years, they need to have a conflict with somebody, and they will find it. They will find a conflict like with
That's not true.
Lebanon, or if it's gonna be Turkey, or if it's gonna be somebody else.
Because Israel signed a peace treaty with Egypt underneath Saddam, and they haven't had a war with Egypt all 50 years. They signed a peace treaty with Jordan. They haven't had a war with Jordan since 1994. Every single country, wait. Every single country that signed a peace treaty with Israel, they've had no wars. The problem is you have Hezbollah terrorism. Wait. You have a problem with Hezbollah terrorism in the north of Israel, and they're attacking Israel. Some countries stop attacking Israel. They're defending themselves. That's what you're talking about. Like, you really think Israel is the problem here? Israel doesn't, Iran attacked more countries than Israel ever did in their entire history.
But it's the hard question. Where are you from?
I already told you I'm South Sudanese.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, okay. That's it.
I have a question. Kenneth, what makes you think that this was more less of a misunderstanding than something else? Like, why? Because it seems to me that they felt that it was like a bait and switch. That should have been something that was.
So if you look at that, all the things that were reported yesterday, including Trump and also from the IRGC, they actually noted, Iran said the strait is open, but nowhere in those reports did it say the blockade from the U.S. stopped, right? So they said the strait was open, right? And then they kept it going, and actually the U.S. allowed some ships to go in, and some ships went in and came out, but the blockade stayed. Like, the U.S. forced to stay there. Right? Maybe Iran assumed that, hey, as soon as we said it's open, they're going to remove the blockade. And we'll still have control, meaning they could shoot down some other ship if they wanted to or do whatever they wanted to do in that area. And so the blockade just stayed, and actually Trump said, we're staying there, and we're going to actually have more like support over there until this gets resolved fully, until we sign the deal.
What kind of blockade are you talking about?
Then they suddenly said that the strait is closed, but it doesn't matter if they say it's open or closed because there's a blockade there. So it's the U.S. that's controlling who goes in and out, and that's it. And that's what was.
I tell you something.
Okay, sorry. You talk. No problem.
I tell you something.
Yeah, that was annoying.
If anybody follows the crypto market knows that Iranian leaders, they said that they will be trading oil.
Okay, who cares?
Through the crypto market. And look at what the crypto market reacted to that. It went up in the last 2 days. Went up, and the last
that's not what we're talking about. What kind of
blockade?
We're talking about, bro. You interrupted me to talk about something that we're not even talking about.
Listen, what kind of blockade
America did? So I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to people.
America is not having any corvettes who can.
Mods, I just want to let you know, this guy is now the resident expert on everything. He's going to talk whether anyone cares, or not. He's the resident expert.
So I see, King. So they thought they must have assumed that the U.S. was just going to back off,
right?
And I'm not sure that that's necessarily like I mean, I don't know. I would think that if they were genuine to open the strait, then that's freedom of movement for everybody.
But dude.
They are moving.
Well, yeah, they're controlling it because they were attacked. I mean,
they think they are. They know. They do not control.
Bima, can you mute him? I just want to finish our
conversation. They don't control. There is no blockade.
Sorry. If you're not done, then I'm going to have to put you in timeout.
So the point that I'm trying to get across here, Bima, that I was explaining to you is that what happened is they had a discussion. They did it. I think they assumed, but see, and saying it's open or closed. So about 5 days ago, when the blockade started, they. Oh my. Okay, there you go. Take action on it. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this guy thinks he knows everything. You want to tell us the entire world politics, bro? You know everything.
No, don't get in the mix yet.
I mean, it's ridiculous. So somebody mute him or move him down for a few minutes until he comes back. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, all right. So anyway, Bima, you still there? Still with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the point that I was getting at is that about 5 days ago, when Trump announced the blockade, Iran said the strait was open, right? But they would control who goes in and goes out. So they said, we're in control. Trump did the blockade. Now he's like, hey, we're in control. Oh, by the way, the ships that you want to get stuff in aren't coming. You're going to be screwed. And so it was like, oh, shit, okay. Then Iran announces the strait is open. Trump didn't say the strait is open. Trump says, Iran says the strait
saying you have a good intent. He didn't say I'm relenting. And then Iran probably said, okay, well, okay. So you guys take care of this guy.
Honestly, and I don't know what's going on. Why are y'all letting him interrupt? It's live. Like, is he cute? Is that why he's not being
No, I was writing to General in the chat. Sorry.
So that's fine. So all I was trying to say is that the blockade was still there. Blockade never relented from the United States, and so now Iranians are saying, okay, well, the port is closed. Well, okay, the U.S. is saying, well, that's fine. Whether it's open, whether you say it's open or closed, we still control the ships that come in. And there's a reporting now that the U.S. is boarding some ship that was going to Iran, and there was resources coming in. So the point is that was always the case. The U.S. always had that ability to do it, whether they say it's open or not. So Iran was just flexing, saying, yeah, we're telling you it's closed now because we're back in charge. You're not, but it gives the wrong impression. So even Trump put out a statement saying Iran can say or do whatever they want. They have to control themselves, and they have to say things because they have to show good faith. But in the end, we're working on a deal. It could be just hyperbole. It could be whatever. We'll see. U.S. blockade is still there.
Yeah, it's still there, and it's blocking China. That's the big thing.
And it's blocking Iran. But just to be clear, it's blocking materials and stuff to go into Iran so their people could stop.
Yes, and it's blocking, Iran and China, their deals, and I'm sure those are big money deals, big billion-dollar deals. And I think the U.S. is definitely playing chess, basically saying, open it up, right? That's so funny. Open it up, but we're going to control everything.
So I'm gonna pull my inner Jarl out for a second, okay, Jarl? So you're gonna like this. But why? One point is that you would think that the U.S. would have been smart enough to do this at the beginning, or when they're doing their military exercise, they did. Why didn't they do this from the start? They let Iran sell a lot of oil and stuff to make enough money while they were bombing the ship. It's almost like they underestimated Iran, which shows bad intel. I'm just being honest. Like that, this blockade should have happened first, and then they go in and bomb the shit out of it and go, listen, surrender, and that's it. Like you're basically gone much sooner. But
yeah, indeed.
You know what I want? I want the U.S. to let Israel now, and the now wait. I hate 1 second.
Interrupt John's on here 10 hours a day.
1 second.
And it's a party hat. I'm sorry, party hats.
Enough. Stop talking.
Yeah, it's
everyone. No, I want the United States to let Israel wild out with Hezbollah, because Hezbollah has been a problem for so long, and I really want to see my friends in Israel, And every time it's like, I think it was Etihad Airways yesterday declared that we fight back to Ben Gurion. Other than that, but it's like I want Trump Israel wild out with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is just the worst organization, It's keeping Lebanon, that it should be, and they need to deal with that because Lebanon used to be a great country. It used to be beautiful, almost perfect. But right now it's a hellhole of a country because of the jihadis, terrorism, jihad, And I want them to sign a peace treaty. But Lebanon used to be so fantastic. Lebanon, when you meet Lebanese people, these people are wonderful people, especially in Sydney. You go to Sydney and you meet Lebanese people. These people are just the most fantastic people. And then they're getting held hostage by fucking scumbags and everything else like that. It's just the saddest fucking thing ever, bro. But sick people, man. These are sick people.
That it was Christians,
It was, yeah. Maronite Christians too.
Yeah.
Maronite Catholics.
And you Lebanese.
And it used to be a beautiful.
Yeah, the guys from Lebanon.
I don't know what type of Christians. I heard that these Christians were slaughtering Lebanese. The Christian faction in Lebanon.
happened in 1982.
They've all been killed.
Right. The Christian faction, the Phalanges. Yes, correct.
Phalanges, is that what you're talking about? So
yes, that's what I just.
But Bima, you can bring up the Phalanges did a horrible thing that happened there, but you're not gonna bring up like another 40 years.
Don't deflect. I'm saying.
What the horrible situation
Look at my claim. Look at my claim. I agree, but listen to what my claim was, and follow my claim. You said that there are these Christians in the region, that these wonderful Christians, and I said I wonder how good these Christians are, because last I heard, there's no Christian in any recent amount of I don't know, the last couple hundred that's going to slaughter people. Thousands of people do three October 7th on a bunch of unarmed people in Lebanon. Okay, well, El Normo, that's not what history says.
No.
Okay, and that's why Israel's own government condemned.
You probably haven't heard of the Civil War.
Okay. No, I wouldn't have heard the Civil War. But still, you know why I wonder why El Normo is defending this. Could it possibly?
Hold on. No, I really do want to beam up, please, for me. I really do want to hear what Norm has to say. You know, my family was from there, and there was, and maybe you don't know in our pretty, because I'm still like learning all the history of what happened to my family and everything. And so the Civil War, can you go ahead, Norm?
Yeah. The country of Lebanon was created as a refuge for Christians. And the Shiite Muslims, who aren't even from there, made war on them, savaged them, and expelled them. They're mostly gone. And the Shia, backed by Iran, have taken control of the country. They're an occupying force. They're an occupying militia. Again, paid for, trained, funded, armed by Iran. And they expelled the very people for whom the country was created. It's absolutely intolerable. And what's happening now is Israel is correcting that horrible historical injustice.
And they're doing a great job, because the Shia in the south, you had Nasrallah there for 30 years, controlling Hezbollah, and they were killing everybody left and right. Don't forget the 240 Marines they killed in 1982, a horrible, terrible bombing that happened there. They killed American troops, and they killed like another 150 French soldiers. Don't forget that. And in 2001, I think they killed like American soldiers in Yemen and everything else like that. So it's like these people destroyed Lebanon. Lebanon used to be a majestic place. I remember talking to my father, and I was like, Dad, how was it like to go to Lebanon back in the 70s and 80s? And you know what my dad said? It was like perfect. It was like perfect until the Shias fucking come and destroyed Lebanon. Lebanon was like Tel Aviv on fucking steroids. Everybody wanted to go there. Everybody wanted to party there. Because from Lebanon, you can go to Cyprus in less than 45 minutes. And after that, you can fly to Italy in less than 1 hour. Lebanon is actually a fucking country. And this jihad, Islamic terrorism bullshit that came there destroyed Lebanon. Now Lebanon is another terrorist country. When you look at Lebanese overseas, they're successful people, they're good people. You meet them in America, you meet them in London, you meet them in Australia. These people are great people, the Lebanese people. Joe Hockey was the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, and he was fucking Lebanese. Why? Because he was a terrific person. So I feel sorry for the Lebanese people after dealing with this horrible terrorism situation that's going on in their country. I don't like it. I don't like it whatsoever. And they deserve better.
Okay, so
the
part of Bima's story that was not told, like, I mean, if we're going to go back in history and actually tell the story, the part of Bima's story that was not told was that there were several massacres in the 70s leading up to the event that she was talking about in the 80s. There were massacres where Christians were slaughtered in droves. And in the incident that Bima was talking about, leading up to that, they actually assassinated the Christian president. So the Phalanges militiamen, which were Christian, did enter Palestinian
refugee camps. Yes, there were a few Lebanese killed, but the majority of militia action were actually Palestinians.
So in the 70s, that's like the Civil War.
In the 70s, they were attacking Christians and slaughtered Christians by the thousands. And in the 80s, when he assassinated the Christian president, that's when the Phalangist movement rose up and went in and attacked the.
Hold on.
Of course it doesn't. I wouldn't expect it to.
AK. Let the people have a dialogue.
But the thing is, like, the assassination of Lebanon at the time and everything else like that, and these people just want to sit here and act like victims and everything else like that. I think it's a sick thing to do with the people, because Lebanon was actually a great country and they fucked it up. Lebanon was actually one of the best. It was actually better than Israel in the 70s and 80s. And the problem is, it got so fucked up by these terrorist Shia group and everything else. Like, it's the same thing when you go to Bahrain. The United States Fifth Fleet is in Bahrain. When you go to Bahrain, it has a Sunni government in charge, and the government there with the king and everything else like that Sunni. But the vast majority, 90% of the country is actually Shia. So that's the same problem in fucking Bahrain when you go to Bahrain. And when you go from Bahrain and you go to Saudi Arabia, there's a bridge. The bridge you cross over, and they have to do that multiple times to save the people in Bahrain. So they're trying to overthrow the people in Bahrain, the terrorist regime IRGC. It's the same problem that's going on at the moment. So the Bahrainian people are actually gonna get fucked up and messed up. And it's the same thing with Qatar and everything else like that. These people are just a horrible, terrible regime, everything else like that. And we have to work towards that. But Lebanon, what they did to Lebanon is absolutely criminal. It's absolutely criminal. It was the best country in the Middle East. And what they did now, you go to Lebanon now, the dollar sucks, everything doesn't work, the infrastructure is messed up, it's bombed to shit, the southern part is up Israel, and it's just awful. It's an awful country.
Well, you know,
but it used to be great.
It's interesting to me how we like to give context when the group fits a certain agenda that we agree with, but we don't never want to give context to the other side. You know, we like to just target. Hold on. We like to just when the other side got fed up and attacked. But I just heard Serendipity give great context into a situation, right? You know, so give context on both sides on what led up to certain things happening instead of on one date.
Like, I don't discount that.
Oh my God, this room is still open.
Go back to my entire argument. My argument was when someone had mentioned Christians, I questioned how Christian. You're not going to find, if you go and you look up the massacre, you're not going to find, I mean, like, it's like, listen, if you're gonna say that Evans was wrong, which I hope everybody would agree to, okay, you're making the same exact argument. The Palestinians were oppressed for however many years. They were being open air prison, all of this shit. So October, hold on, listen. So hold on, El Normo, please. Hold on, El Normo, please. Let me.
What do you mean, please?
Can I finish? Listen, I'll just move here. You have an opportunity to. Oh my God! I don't want to be cut off. I want to finish. No, HF. No. I want to finish. This isn't nice. Listen, if you can't. Okay, so okay. All right. So we can't have this conversation. All right, no problem. Okay, so what does that mean for me? What does that mean for me that we can't have critical thinking? Because you don't think that people die every single day? You don't think that people are dying in this work? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we should be just as passionate about everything. There isn't one death that should say, oh, well, one person died. Let's be so sensitive about talking about this. So what do you want me to say? That you can't handle the conversation right now? So what is your point, ASAP? What is your point? What do you want? I'm making a logical parallel. me off. All right, here we go. This is sensitivity.
Okay, a moderator wanted to climb on the mic and
I heard you. I'm out. It's right. Take it from here. Obviously, we need a new mature group because we can't handle a civil dialogue.
No, move them down.
What are you talking about? I like
Move
being
it down.
a great human beings. But what the hell?
You're speaking over a moderator who is making a point. Move it down.
Now Dana's gone, ASAP, and she
Yeah, don't care. She's still a great person.
Okay.
But I'm just saying,
Stop.
don't do that.
I
You're
understand.
doing too much, ASAP.
I understand he's pushing a lot of you guys' agendas, but
No,
you have to be a moderator. And he's speaking over a moderator who didn't even finish the point. So nobody can take it. You know, nobody has an agenda. We get that power, do we? We didn't even get to finish it.
Can I?
She was
hold on.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I'm gonna give a point.
Poll's gonna be really quick.
Moderator, so I mean, she had the power to mute, and so I wasn't going. I mean, it's her dialogue with Paycheck, and she'll be back. And I mean, we all need to take a minute. Like, this room is a lot, so we got to give some grace. But I do want to know. I do want to hear from her because I wanted to hear her side of what she thinks happened there. But you know, this didn't just start. This all started back with who's that?
Oh my God, Layla, I love this for you. Lady. Oh my gosh, bye, Layla.
We didn't want to, like,
All you stupid
My bad. I'm sorry. And, yeah. All right. You know, if they believe that Russia and China have a better option, than what America has. And I wish that they can really understand how, if those other countries get in control, what the kind of living standards that we're going to have. They don't understand how America is great. They don't understand what America is doing. I really don't. I really, like, if you look at it in like, being objective, and see how do you want to work in a government or in a government that's controlled by China or Russia? To be honest with you, and unfortunately, people here now to be, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with what these people are saying. But you know what? That's the best government you have right now. If they can prove they're better, they can prove it. But I don't think they proved it, Absolutely not. You see, we have the freedom of choice. We have the freedom of speech. We can talk, we can disagree and agree, and we can have these conversations. Do you think if you were controlled by these governments that you're fighting for, which is China or Iran or Russia, do you think that you can have these kind of conversations? You will absolutely not have these conversations, So be grateful for what you have right now. Try to fix it, not try to change it. So let's see what the problem is.
So,
that's my problem.
If I may, I think it's really interesting. The war has been a success on several fronts, but the way that it has been communicated to us has been kind of capricious. So it gives the media an opportunity to pick on things. For example, the impact on the global economy. Well, that's huge on liberating people, neutralizing terrorist threats, among proxy groups, or which are proxy groups. I mean, I think that the way that it's communicated has been the biggest downfall, right? Like if we felt that we knew we got more decisive answers or more consistent messaging, we wouldn't be having these conversations. But we have to remember, looking at through the lens of the media, they're going to pick apart everything. And so that was probably the biggest mistake. But by and large, on several fronts, the war is a success. And it's great in many ways that Israel has an opportunity now to finally neutralize other entities that it wasn't able to do over the past year. So this has given the free world an opportunity to advance in many ways. But the messaging is just terrible, unfortunately.
I agree. I wish that Trump would just say that we were there for oil, not there because we were in fear of them creating nuclear weapons. Because, like, that's why I go back to what Pope Leo had originally said, which, I mean, as a Catholic, I totally agree. I don't think he said anything wrong. He just called it for what it was. And we all know that. I mean, it's fine. It will benefit America in the end, but we're not there because of the stuff. I mean, the main reason was for oil, right?
Can I answer that, Doctor? Please.
Yeah. Well, I mean, part of the problem is that, when you're saying, it was for oil, I mean, look, there's so many other places you can get oil as well, right? And they have a strong partnership with Saudi Arabia as well.
Well, it was to get China, for China to start China.
Well, and so that's a different story. It's not for U.S. consumption of oil per se. But, if you look at Venezuela, strategic move, right? You're showing, hey, we're now in control of your supply, China and Russia. And then they flag states, you're an idiot. We're getting it from Iran. Don't worry about it. Right. They said, hey, by the way, I'm here too. And they're like, oh shit, you control these two. Where else are we going to get it from? And then they call Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's like, no, we're not going to give you. Oh shit. All right. Well, we can't do electric that way. We can't do solar power, right, to power our entire country of billions of people. So what it's done is it's flexed, and he's always said, by the way, he's always been consistent in his past about destroying Iran. I mean, he's talked about it from, right. I mean, you've seen all the clips, right, because of what they've done from a terror perspective and those things. So I don't know if people should have been surprised necessarily that this was going to happen. I was surprised that this happened after the last year's June thing, and that's what I was surprised about. But yeah,
can I make a Trump comment? Can I make a quick Trump comment? Like, as these rooms and everyone's focused on Iran, he was just in my city. He gave a speech, and it was great because we're forgetting some of these domestic policies that were important that he ran on. And, it was all about the birth of the no tax on tips. And he was speaking, and it's interesting because the Culinary Union, which most of these people are to be members of, is progressive as can be and are against him. And we're trying to spin this speech and his presence as a negative, but the majority of the workers, and as the media went and interviewed people, thrilled about this policy. So I think it's also important as you talk about him, and everyone is poking at him on the foreign policy, to take a look at some of the things he done that did get accomplished. And for jurisdictions that have a lot of tipped employees, this was a big deal. I mean, the other particulars that are happening, and there's problems with respect to the industry, and that's not the fault of Trump. It's the fault of some greedy corporations that decided to charge $90 for a steak in a restaurant and $20 for a bottle of water, and that's a different conversation. But by and large, these employees are very happy was something that he came up with. It was birthed in the place he gave the speech. And I just want to highlight, and maybe other people can also think about what he ran on that is getting accomplished.
So you said something really good.
One second. Well, I want to answer Abby, you have a very great question. There's always an elephant in the room, and all right. She's talking.
Actually, I was talking. Naveen was reacting because he and I dialogued about this before. So if you could just hold it, who's in? I'm not a mod here,
Just
but
1 second. Just 1 second. So basically, there's a point that Abby's bringing up, which I think is really, 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 really important. Abby is saying something that I think is vital: is the no tax on tips and these policies. The question that I think should be asked is, Osama, a politician before he became president, right? He was in office for 30 years. He was so blah, blah, blah. He was in all this, right? He had all that, right? So you look at it, you say, okay, all of these people, and they never thought of this. They care about Democrat. They were doing all this stuff, and they never thought. They did because they understood that tax is a form of revenue. Thought of no other way to do it. But he said, hey, this is what people need. He's also working right now, so people know this, no tax on overtime. That's a huge, huge thing that is going to change this. I don't know if he announced that, Abby, at your at the event, but they're working on that.
They're working on the overtime. It's very.
That's going to be a game changer.
And to Naveen, we're 1 in 5 employees here are tipped wages. So it's essential. Again, we need people to have disposable wealth. I mean, that's how this industry stays alive.
We're taking inflation.
Oh my God, Hussein, just chill for a second. And again, we have issues because of overinflated, like really inflated pricing with respect to hospitality. And that's another issue. But this is a big deal for tipped employees. And there are other policies where there's success. And as much as everyone wants to shit on, or have issues with some of the foreign policies, you also have to look at what's been accomplished. Now, Hussein, what would you like to ship?
I think our problem is geopolitical agreements. I believe we have very bad agreement right now that is going on. I don't believe. I like what Trump stood for. With Trump, I'm going to stay with Trump. I'm half Jew, and I don't like what Iran does. Absolutely against them. Their government, their persona. I don't like what they do there.
Saying nothing. You're so
yeah. I mean, I wanted to actually talk about the tax policies, and now that people are doing their taxes, what they're seeing.
I'm from Sweden. I'm from Sweden. Now we're facing that as well. Our tax problem is not about. I'm from Sweden, so.
So this is totally irrelevant. So who's saying if you could?
So what are you talking? You were jumping on the talk.
Now that also because it's tax day and people were doing their taxes, we are always focused on the international. If we can focus sometimes on the domestic policies, definitely, and think about what life would have been like if Harris was in and her tax policies were our taxes.
So, Abby, you're saying something really important, and I think there's a larger piece here because I've heard people in the Trump administration talk about this. They want to eliminate income tax, and one of the things they've said is, the reason there's big objection is because a lot of the states overuse it. You could say red states. I'm not talking about red states or blue states. The fact is, the states collect a shit ton of money from people, okay? But they spend it on all these programs, and because they're able to get so much money from the federal government, they're able to justify and say, okay, we can balance our budget. But if you cut some of that money going to states saying, hey, you're already collecting all this money, use your money better, and what are you using it on these programs, and you're overpaying this stuff, you actually can cut some of this. I've actually heard them say that, and we need to pay them, and so it's going to be an interesting thing if he actually. I mean, he's not going to win that, both houses in the midterms, but if he can get some of that policy through, that would be game changer.
Well, it's also interesting if people have done their taxes. I'm curious with some of the incentives, and no one's talking about that.
One thing that's interesting to me is that I can kind of recognize when I'm a bit brainwashed. So, I'm listening to the mainstream media, MS Now and CNN, and the producers putting these segments together are so they're great at craft. So they can create a narrative. I'm not suggesting that I'm the most critical thinker, but it's hard not to buy into a narrative when I'm listening to it in real time or watching it, right? So what I did was while we were conversing, I put something into ChatGPT and some others, how does the war go? And you get, rocket science, I'm sure many of you have done it, but you get a much more balanced view, but it's hard to reconcile when you listen to just one side or the other, right? So I was thinking about it like getting rid of Hezbollah is like in my lifetime, well, that was always, a thumbs up, right? But the way you listen to the mainstream media, you would almost forget that these are terrorist organizations. And it's very subtle and it creeps up on you. And I can't encourage people enough, and I don't do it enough, to listen, to watch, right-wing channels, left-wing channels, if you will. Try coming back to center and becoming more neutral and objective about it, because I listen to my own thoughts and I'm like, fuck, I'm actually believing, that someone...
So we'll never be the 51st state Donald Trump Senate. Guess what? Somebody Donald Trump. Somebody got the alliance. Somebody Trump. We're not going to be the 51st state. We won't get it. No 51st state, bitches.
No idea, but it was that.
I think she's Canadian.
So, anyways, I'm not trying to slide back towards center, but I was thinking during this discourse, when I first came in the room, I'm thinking, damn, we need to stop this or that, or call this out, and I'm like, wow, I'm really brainwashed today. I need to recalibrate, and I'm not sure that, this is where the media is making so much money and building followings, because they are absolutely brilliant at creating narratives that make you think that this is, logical. And these fallacies, persist, and yet I'm buying into it myself. So I don't know what I would do without Clubhouse, because I wouldn't actually hear other people challenge what I listen to on the daily. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Like with Democrats, they don't have a fucking plan for anything. So I don't even know what the fuck. All they can do is bitch and complain about Trump, Trump's fuck ups, which he's, had quite a few recently. But that's all they have. They don't have any. They don't propose anything that I guess solves anything.
I mean, does anyone have new babies in this room? Because you've got now that new plan for children, $1,000.
Unfortunately, I use condoms when I rape.
Okay, sorry about that. But just saying, I mean, they're just forgetting all of the incentives. That's why I'm curious. We're on the heel of filing your taxes, and if people noticed any.
What plan is that from the new deal? What plan is that?
From the big beautiful bill. Do you have if you bought an American car and you took a car loan, you can now deduct the interest. interest on your car loan, which was to incentivize where Ann is, and the auto back a deduction that they used to have years ago.
Abby, what do you think about the United States letting in BYD into the United States to compete with Ford, Honda, and every single one? Why do they put like restrictions and 100% tariffs on those cars? Only the free market work. You think that's a good deal or no?
You know, I've never seen one of those cars.
You never seen a BYD
see them in Australia?
in your entire life, Abby?
A BYD, is that the name of the car?
Yeah, it's a BYD
Is it a Chinese car?
Like an electric car. It's like
right. But where's it made? Where's it made?
China.
Okay, so I mean, there's tariffs on cars made in Germany. You know, and some of these car manufacturers that are out of the country have eaten the tariffs in their MSRP on their cars. I don't know. I don't know that car, but I think that the incentives for the American car industry are great. And I hope places like where Ann is see their industry start to thrive again.
But the thing is, I mean, President Trump said that if you go visit Australia right now, I mean, the Gold Coast, I mean, you see BYD cars everywhere. Everything is electric. Canada had 100% tariff before Mark Carney got elected. I think got elected last year, whatever the bullshit they got elected with. And they're going there, they are like accepted like 47,000 cars. The US has 100% tariff on all cars from BYD. They're going to the United States because they want to protect General Motors, they want to protect Ford, they want to protect all your car industries and everything else like that. Even President Biden did that. But you've never seen a BYD car. I should put in the chat and everything else like that. Because they're everywhere in Australia. Everywhere you go, you have it.
I mean, maybe I've seen them in Europe and I don't know what they are. It could very well be. I haven't been to Asia in a number of years, like probably 5 years. So where are they sold? Are they sold all over Europe?
They're sold all around the world, like in Europe and everything. They're like the competitors to Tesla. BYD is a competitor to Tesla. It's like my brother has a Tesla. He bought a Tesla.
Have they're electric. I wonder if that's what I saw there. I don't know.
They have BYD in Israel too.
Then
yeah. It's the one that says BYD. It looks like a Tesla, Abby. But this is like
it doesn't look like a Tesla. What are you talking about? How does it look like a Tesla? Which Tesla does it look like? It looks more like a normal
Model 3. It looks like a Model 3, in my opinion. It looks like a Model 3 Tesla, in my opinion.
Well, there are a lot of which one? The BYD Celeron, the BYD Tank, which BYD are you talking about?
BYD Tank.
Well, there's a lot of BYDs. But the thing about it is like you don't think that familiarize yourself with all the Chinese electric vehicles because they're kind of the best electric vehicles right now. And I'm not saying that because I've driven in multiple countries, and yes, their quality is on par with the Germans right now.
Bro, they're great cars. I'm not talking about the quality of the cars. I'm just saying, you don't see it.
Yeah, America has to partner with China in order to get access to batteries. Hold on. The same way the Chinese took our manufacturing expertise, and they said that if we want to come into China, we had to partner with a local car company in a 50-50 joint venture. If the Chinese want to come to America, they have to partner with an American on a 50-50 joint venture. I think we should return the favor to them. The same way they stole our technology, it's time for me to start stealing theirs.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of China, and I hope something terrible happens to China. It's a totalitarian state, a horrible state, and
have you ever been to China?
The United States.
Why are you going to find China?
By the way, they have the highest in the world. I'll add something to what you're saying. They have the highest in the world of executions, more than all the nations combined. China. So as people are like trashing some of the Gulf nations, I have this in Gary's chat. Take a look at the executions in China for non-violent crimes. Highest.
What about the camps in China?
The Uyghurs.
because you guys are pro-Muslim now because they converted to Muslim?
No. How are the Chinese keeping the Muslims compared to the Jews, as you guys claim and
Muslim weekends and everything else. Like, don't you forget that that happened?
Yeah, read about how they're locked up.
So what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, like see how they're living.
Bro. I just want to wrap it up. Rafi, just let me wrap it up real quick.
Hold on.
No, give it up.
You said you would continue to wrap it up.
I want to say something real quick. Rafi, please.
Don't let it wrap it up on
please.
Holy fuck. No, actually, wait a second. But fuck. Imagine if Israel put the Palestinians in re-education camps. What would the world do, Pepe? How would the world react if you heard the Palestinians are in re-education camps?
Well, I mean, obviously,
prior to October 7th, imagine they were in re-education camps.
Well, yeah, people wouldn't like it, obviously.
No, but compared to the open-air prison, compared to re-education camps, why don't you go look at some pictures, how they're keeping them there?
I mean, I've seen some of the pictures, and I really don't know how bad it is, but for whatever reason, the Muslim countries are not. They have not been shitting on China for doing it. I don't know if it's because they depend on them for too much. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, because people in the West are stupid. They're uneducated because whatever they're told, they believe, and then they go spew the fucking verbal diarrhea out of their mouth, and then they fucking act out like they're protecting or saving the whole. But when you look at what the Chinese are doing to them, because again, when prior to October 7th, as everybody said, they lived in an open-air prison. Do you remember the word open-air prison that they were
They've been saying that for, that's a term that's been used for decades.
Correct. Let me ask you a question. I don't know what stage you are, but I have pictures and videos of that open-air prison of people driving Maybachs. You know what a Maybach is?
We're in the West Bank or in Gaza?
In Gaza.
Yeah, I know what. Yeah, they're what, like $8 million. Hold on.
Because most states in America do not have a fucking Maybach dealership. Okay? So people, oppressed people.
Are you saying West Bank there's a Maybach dealership? Are you saying that?
Did I say West Bank? I said in Gaza.
Okay, so there's a Maybach dealership in Gaza.
There was. I don't know if it's still there.
Now there was. You mean there's a...
Okay. Simmer down. During the
I'm just asking you a question.
Hold on. During the open-air prison plays, when you see fucking hotels, fucking beachfronts, fucking Maybach.
Yeah, they got some nice...
All right, we don't need the commentary. Let him finish.
Hold on. So when I ask an open-air prison, I haven't seen open-air prisons like this before, to be honest. I would live in an open-air prison like that. With my country, fucking dealerships, that means people have the money to spend to buy, right? You wouldn't have a business running or operating if there's no customers. Customers buying a $500,000 vehicle. That means there's money, the economy is working. So I don't know what kind of open-air prison. You see, when you manifest something hard enough, ML, you get what you manifest. Everybody manifested that open-air prison after October 7th. Now they're going to live in an open-air prison. You manifest something, this is the manifestation.
Well, I don't want
the beauty of it.
But I'd say, Rafi, it's not that... I understand why fortify the border around Gaza.
Who had to do
Israel.
Egypt or Israel? Did you see the?
Yes, I've seen the side. Yes, I've seen the side. They have like 3 walls there. I see it.
Who has a stronger border, Egypt or Israel around them?
Well, I think they have more. I don't know which is more stronger, but they obviously have really large fencing.
The one that would be able to be penetrated out of stone and everything. Who has a more of a serious border, Egypt or Israel? Because
I don't know. Israel, I'm sure, has a lot more security.
Technology-wise,
yeah.
People say, but like the border, like infrastructure-wise, Egypt has a stronger border against the Gazans that are their fucking cousins because they share even the same fucking last name as them, okay? Because that's a fucking.
So we should make Palestine part of Egypt.
Well, Palestine is part of Egypt and Jordan. If you think about it, ML, if you look at their last names and everything and where they came from.
Well, Syria, you had to use Syria.
Some Europeans came and fucked up the region and put borders there.
What means some Europeans?
It wasn't on Europeans' behalf.
So Europeans that went back to
their land. And the only thing that American did, like what's his fucking name? Was it Truman? I forget, but he was no.
Maybe if you stay on mute, you don't know what we're talking about. That'd be better.
But he was there. So they were part of overseeing the Arabs partitioning, which like who got what.
I just said a bunch of white men determine where the border would lay in the region.
With the history of Egypt.
Yeah, and why does Israel supply them the water, electricity, and not Egypt? Why is Israel responsible?
Because they fucking seas, right, Rafi?
And why are they using these roads?
Those are bad. Those are bad.
What's a bad argument? Give me a good argument. I want you to give me a good argument.
Rafi, I was just gonna say the only thing I was bringing up.
Hold on, please. I know you're a mob, please.
Rafi, if you want to compare state. Okay, the Chinese don't have control over the Muslims. What happened if
they don't have control?
Israel? Hold on. What happened if to make those comparisons is like so somebody can simply say when you make that point, the Chinese are,
I asked you for a good
can you finish? Can I finish now? Can I have the ability to speak now, uninterrupted, and make my point very clear? The point I was saying is that somebody can simply retort and say, well, the Chinese are not trying to kill them. They're trying to educate them, integrate them into society. I doubt Israel wants the Palestinians to be part of Israel. They don't.
Hold on.
So there's a difference.
Now you made a claim.
No, you made plenty of claims uninterrupted, Rafi, let me finish. Because I didn't interject while you were making your outlandish claim.
You're fucking interjecting.
Let me finish. I said you made a couple of bad arguments. And I said the retort was an easy for somebody to retort and push back against a bad argument.
Hold on.
But can I go, Pepe?
The main claim, which I would agree, they want to basically, quote unquote, make them. They want to de-Muslimize them and not strip whatever ethnic differences they have.
Okay, so yes, you made a good claim. Yes, they want to re-educate them, but while they're re-educating them, they're keeping them in a camp. Correct, Pepe? Because I'm gonna speak to you.
That's why
it's so bad. You can listen. You can defend Israel. Hold on. You can defend Israel. My point is that you're making a bad argument.
Are living amongst Jews in Israel. There are Palestinians that are
living amongst Israel. That's not the argument you made a while ago.
Hold on, they don't need to be No, I'm talking about within Israel, not within the Gazan borders.
You made a bad argument.
No.
And your point about Maybach.
Hold on. The Chinese are not educating them. They're re-educating them.
Now let him finish. Abby, when he was interrupting me, he can go on forever.
Your voice is annoying. Let him finish.
And his voice is so entertaining.
Listen, they're re-educating them.
You guys show your bias so clearly. Wow.
Listen, they're re-educating them with fucking around fences, borders, and everything without.
Yes, don't want to argue that point. I don't want to. Am I arguing for a point or not? I literally said you had a bad argument.
Okay. So China's doing a soft form of ethnic cleansing.
They're not ethnic
cleansing. Yes, they're literally ethnic cleansing. You strip people of their fucking identity.
Margaret's gonna fall like 5%.
We don't care about what you say.
It did like almost. What did it hit? Almost 50,000.
She's in the audience because that was just. I don't know why she's
European. We don't care what she has to say right now.
No, I don't care what she. Wow, I'm just not going to be racist today.
Do you have a fever?
Be yourself. Just be your racist self. But my point was that you could make an argument. You could always defend Israel by making an argument in defense of Israel. But when you guys just compare and contrast and try to make a point that, well, what happened if we did this? What happened if we did that? Blah blah blah. People are just gonna come back and you say, well, now let me think about it. Yeah, there's an opportunity for me to poke a hole in what you're saying. And the fact that you said that there's a Maybach dealership, for one, there's no longer single Maybach dealerships because Maybach was assumed back into Mercedes. And two, there's no Maybach dealership in Gaza. And there's an authorized. Hold on. I just Googled it, motherfucker.
His claim was that you have people who live well enough in Gaza and in